morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710. SeattleSports.com. Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, and, of course, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. I'll see if I can make it through the show again today without coughing. I tried valiantly yesterday, but it's still there. It's like this deep recesses of the chest. I'm fine as long as I don't breathe out with a lot of emphasis or laugh. So please, nobody make me laugh today, whatever you do.
Maybe you should get more medicine suggestions from the text line because it worked out well for you last night.
Yeah, that actually did work out pretty well. If anyone, because there's no nasal congestion. I got that the last time. That worked out great. It's only this like deep, wheezy chest cough. So I don't know what you use for that. Mucinex maybe because it's an expectorant? I don't know. I would like it to go away immediately if that's in any way possible. And, like, the only thing I can't do is not laugh, right? I can't laugh. And so I'm lying in bed last night, and Heather's like, hey, what happens when you mix alcohol and literature? I was like, I don't know what. She's like, you get Tequila Mockingbird. I was like, oh, my God. And, of course, I laughed, and then I started coughing and had, like, a whole fit, and then I was up for another half hour. So blame my wife for hilarity. Today's getaway day for us, Maura. You and I will leave here soon after the show. We don't get off early like in baseball. They don't give us like, oh, hey, you guys are flying, so make sure you get out early and get to the airport.
Scramble.
No, so we'll scramble home after the show, head down this afternoon, and we will be in San Francisco by, like 4 o'clock or so, I think it is.
Yep.
And then we'll go get checked in, and then there's a media party tonight. Do you guys care? So here's my question. Do you want to know what's going on at the media party? It starts at 7, and it's a half hour, 35, 45, I mean, traffic, who knows, to where the media party is.
I'm curious.
Maura and I will go if you want. But I want to, do you care? Do you want to know, what's going on there? Or are you like, no, I'd rather have you well-rested in bed and, ready to go Wednesday morning?
Should I read what it is?
Yeah, tell us a little bit about this. Let us know if you want us to
They
go.
hold it somewhere different. The couple that I've been to, it was at the aquarium in Georgia, so It was shut down and only for the media that night.
I mean,
and
that sounds fun.
Mall of America, it was at the amusement park inside the Mall of America. So they usually do something fun. This time it's at EA Sports headquarters, and it says guests will have the opportunity to step into the game by interacting with the tech, innovations, and creative details that bring EA Sports interactive experiences to life.
Okay, so it's at the EA Sports thing. So here's the thing. I've never played an EA Sports game in my life.
I haven't either, but I still bet it's going to have some pretty cool stuff.
It probably will. So do you want...
They had robots serving drinks at the one I went to years ago.
They did?
I'm sure that EA Sports has some cutting-edge stuff.
All right, well, that actually sounds pretty cool. All right, well, I'm not a gamer, so I guess I won't be featured on Seahawks Twitter or whatever. And Maura's not either. But we'll go if you think it's something that sounds interesting and you want to hear about it tomorrow morning. So,
Lyle, before you got here this morning, Salk was telling me that he didn't know who he was trying to figure out who Twitch was.
No, Twitch is. I know Sketch. I know who Twitch. I know what Twitch is. I had to figure out who Sketch was.
See, I'm messing it up too.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
And after learning who he was, I had even less interest in learning more about. I mean, I learned a little bit about it, and then was like, okay,
Hang on,
this doesn't concern me.
Let me look right at the camera for this. What's up, brother?
Oh, see, you learned about him last year because Cal Raleigh did that.
Oh, it was dumb when he did it, and it's still dumb. That hasn't changed.
Would it pain you to know he's got millions of YouTube subscribers?
It does. It literally hurt. I mean, doing this job for the 12, maybe 20 people that listen to the show and knowing that guy has millions of followers, does it hurt? Yeah, of course it does. It's sincerely painful. It's like being stabbed over and over again with a fork. Yeah, it's awful. It really, really is awful. Anyway, that's a dumb question. Not as dumb as the ones that I heard last night. I won't get too deep into all of the dumb questions from Media Day because Media Day is dumb. But how many times was Mike McDonald asked about the end of the last Super Bowl? 4? 5? I mean, everybody thought it was hilarious. Oh, let's ask Mike McDonald what he would do if he had the ball and 2nd and goal from the 1 with 26 seconds. It's so funny. I get it if you're the rest of the country. That's the only thing you know about the Seahawks and Patriots together. It's like, well, the last time they met, it ended in heartbreak. Let's ask him about it. I get it. Like, I guess I understand where that comes from. And if it was Pete Carroll, like, I guess I would get, but like, what do you think Mike McDonald can say? Like, what's the answer supposed? He's supposed to bury Pete Carroll? No.
Yeah, I feel like I get that they thought it was going to be funny, but it would be having fun at the expense of someone else. Like, I wasn't here at that time. I'm not going to make fun of their decisions.
He can't. It's just like it's an impossible thing for him to answer. And I know they don't care. They're just trying to get themselves like, I'm not like angry about it, and I get kind of where it all comes from, but it is sort of stupid. Like, there's really nothing he can say. And
especially when you ask him 4 times.
Well, right. And I at the end of the day, it's still like, I can't get over the fact that running the ball was still not the right decision. Throwing the ball was the right decision with one timeout. Like, it never, ever, like, it will make my blood boil every time. Not that they decided to run the ball, that there's absolutely no thought given whatsoever to the situation and what could have happened. So I'm going to move on. I don't want to keep talking about it. A lot of people say Sketch would come on the show. I don't want Sketch to come on the show.
Oh,
I don't want that.
You can appeal to a young audience.
I don't want that young an audience. I don't want them to listen. Go watch Sketch. If that's what you want, then go watch and listen to Sketch. I don't want you to watch and listen to me and Sketch. I don't think that's a good idea. It feels like a bad plan. It feels like that's they're too diametrically opposed. That seems like a no thank you. Yeah. People say the EA headquarters is supposed to be awesome. All right, Maura, maybe we'll go. We'll RSVP.
Well, I mean, people had a good point, too, with it being EA. I mean, Brock should be, like, a big celebrity there, right?
Well, I would hope.
Being the voice of Madden?
Maybe he can get us there faster, and we don't have to, like, take whatever
have a
kind of...
helicopter pick us up or something?
Well, I'm not getting on a helicopter. I'm not crazy, but... What? You'd get on a helicopter?
I've been twice. Vegas and Hawaii.
No, thank you. Yeah, that's a no thank you for me. Those things are dangerous. I want no part in getting in a helicopter. All right, I don't want to mess around too much because there's only so much time today. And obviously a huge amount of it's going to be spent kind of gearing up for Sunday and the Seahawks. And, we've got some guests for that. We got Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30. Mike Reis, who covers the Patriots and has forever and ever. All-time great dude. Like, seriously, one of the nicest people in this business, period. Mike Reis will join us at 9. Abe Lucas is going to join us at 9:30. Biggest story to me today is actually Brendan Donovan and the fact that the Mariners traded for him late yesterday afternoon. He's a good player. This is what contending teams do. I put up a little video yesterday, and that's essentially the point of it. This is what you do when you're a contending team. You go get a guy like Brendan Donovan. He's not going to be the best player on your team. And if he is the best player on your team, you're probably not a great team. But if he's the 5th best player on your team, the 6th best player on your team, I'm just talking position player, then you're probably a really good team. And that's, I think, exactly where the Mariners are. They are now a really good team. I mean, they were already a really good team. It's not like this took them from being cellar dwellers to the top. They were already being picked to win the AL West. By both, people who were running simulations and people who were just looking at it as reporters. They were already being picked. They were already the best team in the AL West. This makes them even better because it gives them the veteran presence, because it gives them a little less risk. Colt Emerson might come out and be awesome. Maybe he Julio's it. Maybe he is so great spring training you can't possibly keep him down, and he starts the year on fire. Great. Guess what? Because Donovan has essentially 2 or 3 great qualities, one of which is his ability to play multiple positions, okay, then you don't have to play him at 3rd. You can play him at 2nd if Cole Young struggles. Hey, both guys are killing it. Cole Young is hitting 350, and you don't want to take Colt Emerson out of the lineup. Cool. Maybe you got a problem in right field, and he can go out there and play right field. Maybe Randy needs a couple more days off, and maybe you want to DH him occasionally because you don't love the defense in left. Cool. This guy can play left field. So that positional flexibility is enormously important. But it's not his number one quality. The number one quality is his ability to get on base. Dude gets on base 36% of the time. One of the top. Where does that rank in the league over the last few years?
Since 2022, it's 13th.
13th in the league.
And that's just behind guys like who's on the list? Judge, Freeman,
Soto.
Vladdy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about some of the best players in baseball and Brendan Donovan. Now, he's not going to cost what those guys cost. He's, a reasonable cost type of player. And because he doesn't hit for a tremendous amount of power, he's not a complete player doing every single thing. He's not a five-tool guy because of the power. But he's a leadoff hitter. He can hit first in this lineup. That takes Randy out of the 1 spot, moves him back down to 5. It allows you to use the platoons that you want to use with Cole Young and probably Leo Rivas and drop them lower in the batting order. It allows you to platoon in right field with Logan Morrison, with Luke Raley, who I always want to call Logan Morrison, and the other right fielder, Robles. Right, it allows you to platoon at DH, which you can now do, especially and move Cal around, but with Ref Snyder and with Canzone, it gives you a lot of options. It gives you more depth, and it gives you the piece that contending teams need to get over the top. So I like it. And while they did give away a fair amount, not everything, we'll discuss it more. The only real downside I can come up with here is, one, he's left-handed. I'd prefer it if he were a switch hitter or right-handed, but that's not the end of the world. And 2, you are giving up pieces that might have helped you acquire something else later. I'm not sitting here going, oh, my God, they gave up Jurangelo Saintia. They're never going to compete because he's going to be Nolan Ryan one day. I am saying a little bit of hey, you chose to use these chips, Saintia and Pete and Williamson, to go get this player. That really only needs to be looked at for me as what other players could they have been used to acquire later. But your farm system is deep enough to handle it. So excellent move for the Mariners. No real downside to this. I don't know that much about this kid, to be honest. I haven't watched him play very much. All I know is what I read and what I was told, and I talked to a bunch of people, both in the team, inside the team, and outside the team yesterday, and every review is positive. And in fact, I'll lead the need to know with it here in just a moment. And the word that Ryan Divish uses is probably the word I heard back most often. That's next on Brock and Salk.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Starting tomorrow with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 7. And bonus coverage from 7 to 9.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Look, we're all getting excited about the big game. And when it comes to football, one of the most important things to think about is your snacks. It's Mike Salk here. Make sure to put Daisy Sour Cream Dips on your list this year. Daisy Sour Cream Dips are so creamy, so flavorful, you'd swear they were made from scratch. That's because they're made with ingredients you can actually find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. They're great with chips or wings or veggies, whatever you got going on. So look for delicious Daisy French Onion Dip and Creamy Ranch at your local grocery store.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show is happening now through February 7th. It's the best time to buy with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle. Make it a date Friday evenings with Boat Show After Dark, featuring unforgettable ambiance, music, food, beer, and wine. Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
Olympic Hot Tub is celebrating Seattle's championship football team and the big game day ahead with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Get champion level wellness at huge savings. Score big on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Hey, it's Ryan Nolan-Smith. Let's make wellness and feeling terrific part of your everyday game plan. Don't let the clock run out. These winning deals end Sunday. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
Adrian here from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Winter might seem like an odd time to replace your windows, but now is when you get the best deals. Our Leak Armor installation team will keep your home warm and dry while installing beautiful, new energy-efficient windows. You'll feel the difference right away. Quieter rooms, lower energy bills, and a more comfortable home.
Visit Lake Washington Windows and Doors at the home shows to get 20% off, plus 12 months same as cash financing. Or go to lakewashingtonwindows.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners got their guy, a true leadoff hitter after an offseason where we knew they wanted one more infield bat. They got one. They make a 3-team deal yesterday to acquire Brendan Donovan from the Cardinals, giving up Ben Williamson, Jurangelo Saintia, Ty Pete, and a comp pick in the process. Donovan is, as I said, a true leadoff hitter. He might play some third, second, outfield, but he's undoubtedly going to hit leadoff most days because he gets on base. 361 career on base percentage speaks to that. He's been pretty consistent through his 4 years in the league as well. Doesn't strike out much. He's been around, 15 to 20% better than the league average as a hitter and as a run producer. He's known as an A-plus guy, top of the scale makeup, positional flexibility. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why he is exactly, as Ryan Divish says, a good fit. Gonna need that.
It was such a good fit, especially when Jorge Polanco signed with the Mets. You look at what Donovan can do. You know, the left-handed bat can bat probably at the top of the order. They'll probably bat him leadoff. I mean, he's got a 361 career on base percentage. So to us, it was basically the Mariners were going to were always going to offer to make the trade for him. It was whether or not somebody like the Giants or the Red Sox stepped in and had maybe a better offer. And like you said, once Luis Reis went to the Giants, we were just kind of waiting for the Donovan thing to happen this week.
Yeah, I've heard some thought that maybe Eugenio Suarez signing increased their urgency. I don't think so. I think Cardinals ran out of other options and other places to trade him. They wanted to get rid of him, and they end up with a pretty decent package back. Williamson goes to Tampa. I like him, but he was never going to be a great hitter. They had soured on Pete ages ago, so that one's not a big deal. Saints is really the centerpiece of the deal, and this seems like a pretty reasonable return for a player that's had some success, but is still, pretty unproven even as a prospect, let alone, a sense of what he's going to end up being in the big league. So kudos to the Mariners. Job well done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Last night was media night, so we got serious and ridiculous questions. Sam Darnold, of course, asked about his bird app.
Just an app that I came across randomly, and I love it. It's awesome when we have some birds that chirp in our backyard, and I'm kind of curious, like, oh, what is that?
All right, so a little bit of extra curiosity. Thankfully, he's got the bird app to let him know. I have seen those videos of him with the bird app. John Schneider was asked, some more serious questions. There were a lot of questions of kind of going back. Like, all right, how did you get here? Why did you choose Mike McDonald? Why did you choose Sam Darnold? Here he is on why he chose the coach.
Well, the intention. He's so clear with his thoughts. He's so intelligent, but everything he does, there's like an intent to it. Yeah, I mean, he's a real clear thinker. He communicates in a much more clear, stronger manner than I do. I tend to babble a little bit and kind of beat around the bush. He goes right at it. And yeah, it's really been a cool fit. He's really bought into everything that Pete and I, brought to the organization in 2010 when we came together, which is, like a what's next. He calls it chasing edges. It's like, how are we improving the club every single day, whether that's, our analytics department, sports science, fields, equipment room, and
yeah, and I love that mention of Pete Carroll there. It's another reason why Mike McDonald was not going to take any shots at his predecessor, because it's just not the way this organization does business.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Roger Goodell gave his annual State of the League, answered a number of questions about the recent reports of an upcoming Seahawks sale. Here was Roger Goodell.
Jody's doing a great job of managing the team. Bert's here. They've done a great job. They're in the Super Bowl. And I think from that standpoint, they've done a really important job in the context of the trust and the execution of that. But eventually the team will need to be sold in accordance with that. That'll be Jody's decision when she does that. And we will be supportive of that.
Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. I saw the front office sports yesterday said it will happen within a month of the Super Bowl, but yeah, we'll see. Goodell specifically did deny the Wall Street Journal report that the league had fined the team for being out of compliance with ownership rules. So, yeah, not so much there. Kraken back at it tonight in Anaheim. Thank you to Emerald City Hockey for this stat. Jacob Melanson, Mora, has 112 hits in his first 21 games, okay? That's 5.3, 5 1/3 per game. It is more, 112 is more hits than any of the top 10 all-time NHL hits leaders had through their first 21 games in the league. The next highest was 97. That's the kind of pace he's on. Just saying. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. You like that stat? All time. All
very good
time. All time. Okay. Tons of football today. A little bit of baseball today with the Brendan Donovan stuff. Jeff Saturday was with us. And, dude, this guy he has got energy for days. He's got stories. He's been there in the biggest moments. He's been around some of the biggest players. He really communicates well. I just love talking to him. So second time in a month we've talked to Jeff Saturday. And I think you're going to love especially the end of this, where he tells you what he thinks is going to happen in this Super Bowl. Stick around. It's next on Brock and Salk.
There's only one Steve Rabel.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
He takes insight to another level. Shoot, the man played the game.
There's an old picture, two farmers sitting on a wooden fence. Each has a sock filled with cow manure, and they're swinging at each other to see who falls off the fence first. But that's what this felt like.
The only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Super Bowl. Sunday, kickoff at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, guys, when it gets wet and it gets chilly, your attic and crawl space hopefully are well insulated and your home still feels cozy and warm. But if that's not the case, you're going to feel the drafts and then your furnace starts working overtime. It's no good. That's why you get Crawl Pros to come in, do that free corner-to-corner inspection of your whole crawl space and attic, and they'll see what's going on. So if you're feeling those drafts or the heating bill is spiking, they can get that stuff fixed. Now, here's what's even better. If they discover that you've got a problem, they can also show you the utility rebates that are available to help you get that work done correctly and even better, affordably. So like if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could get a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of the whole insulation job. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, you got to call Crawl Pros if you're worried about anything going on in your crawl space or attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, you know it. Call Crawl Pros or go to crawlpros.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Like if I need a replacement part?
Sure, we can help with that.
Nice. Hey, I just entered this online contest for coolest bike in the world. You think maybe you could vote for me?
Actually, we just do insurance, not popularity contests.
Yeah, I know. But what's your email? I'll just send you the link real quick. You can vote like 100 times a day. They'll never know.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
So what I'm hearing is there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
DayandNight.net. Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Yay to Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with iSurvey, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, not sure what happened there. Just want to clarify. We did have our regular emergency test.
Yes.
For whatever reason, it did not come through with the language saying it was a test, but it was a test. So for anybody that was worried about it, let me just jump in and say it. It came through a little funky. There's not an emergency. It was just an emergency test of the system. And for whatever reason,
emergency broadcast system.
But for thank you. But for whatever reason, it did not come through with the language. So there you go. Just want to make sure everyone knows and that we keep our license to continue broadcasting. So hopefully that
How are
makes
you with
everything
earthquakes,
fine.
by the way? I see.
How am I?
Yeah, Darrington just tweeted there was a little minor earthquake.
Been through only a couple. One woke me up in the middle of the night in L.A. Scared the living crap out of me, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was not great. Yeah. It was really, really scary. Jeff Saturday joins us now. He was so good a couple of weeks ago that we wanted to make sure we had him back. Good morning, Jeff. Thanks for coming and join us again.
What's up, fellas? I mean, I'm glad we're keeping our broadcasting license as well, right? If I'm going to hit the Pacific Northwest, let's keep it between the lines.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever you guys got going, let's stay on the P's and Q's. Sounds like you guys are slacking a little bit. You let success go to your head.
Yep.
You know, you're the talk of the town now, so all of a sudden, we're just going to do it kind of our way. That's not how the world works, fellas. Grind this thing out like the rest of us, okay?
I mean, we had Tom Brady on last week. It was no big deal. Kind of made us into local heroes around here. It's no big deal. It's just due to my long-standing relationships. Brock helped, I guess. But, I mean, you know, these things happen.
It sounds like you're brave too. Like you know what I mean. Like sounds like that everybody's in a situation of crisis. They're all surrounding Mike. You know what I mean? Like
sure,
he just
for sure,
keeps everybody calm, right? He doesn't hide under the table. The first shake of the ground, you're up under the table. Everybody else is just looking at you. They don't really understand why.
Do you think it's weird that we've been doing this show for 17 years? Brock and I have done this together, and we've now had Tom Brady on before Brock's former teammate Peyton Manning.
I'm not shocked at all. not even a little bit.
Do you know how busy?
That is hilarious.
Busy Peyton is. You know how busy
he's busier than Brady.
Yes. Every time,
Yes.
you know, and I've learned, like, don't ask him for anything. Like, in the minute you ask him once, you're dead. He's
dead.
It's over.
That's it.
It's over.
You're
So
dead.
it better be like on my deathbed. Hey, man, I'm dying. You know, I got like a week to live. Do you think you come on the show? Okay, fine. You better be like that kind of situation, because if you ask him for something, it'll be a one-time ask, and that is all.
Hey, that's you know how true that is. Like Stokely, they live in this. Like they're like they're like buds, right? Like Manny carries around as like baby Bjorn, right? And he still gripes every time Stokely wants him to come on the show, and they freaking live in Denver. You're like, hey, we're in a championship game. No, I got stuff going. I'm busy. You know what I mean? Stokes mad. I mean, it breaks up relationship. Brock's 100% right, dude. You go in for that, it better be. It's a one-time shot, right? He's not.
Shot. Yep.
Yeah, he's not a media guy. Like Brady's a full media guy.
Wow.
He's embraced it. He knows not Manning is not full media. He wants to own media companies. He doesn't want to be part of the media.
At the end of the Brady interview, he started to say, "Hey, this is great. Maybe we'll talk next year." And then he edited himself right at the end. I was like, "Maybe I'll see you around." Like he was very clear that may never happen again. All right, let's talk about this game. Thank you for doing this. We do appreciate it. I want to start with the line of scrimmage, since that's where you played and spent all your time in the NFL. How decisive will the line of scrimmage be in this game in particular between these two teams?
Oh, listen, I've said this a number of times. This is where championships are won. And you know, we always criticize and compliment quarterbacks, and as well we should, for for plays, but if you're getting dominated line of scrimmage, it doesn't matter how good the guy who's calling the plays is. I mean, look, our game is based on physicality. It's based on violence at that point. And the reality is, if you look at typically teams that continue moving on in the playoffs, they're the ones who are winning the line of scrimmage. And I think if you're honest about the assessment of these playoffs, that would be very true, right? And the Patriots, their line of scrimmage, their offensive line has been below the standard. You know, they have not played to the level they should have been playing. Obviously, with the Bo Nix injury, that they benefit. But if you look at their other side of the line of scrimmage, they've been playing fantastic football. And the Seahawks, really on both sides of the ball, have played extremely well through this run. And you know what's funny is that this, to me, that the last game against the Rams for the Seahawks reminded me of the season, kind of midway through, like where they were committed to the run, but they weren't really efficient at it. They did okay. But not the commanding. If you'd have told me Sam Darnold is going to outduel and he's going to throw this thing around and JSN's going to have $150 and he's going to start the game with a 50-yard bomb, I would have been like, ain't no way. This is going to be, and he did. But give the Seahawks a ton of credit because their line, they protected, held up, and that's what's going to have to happen in this game against the Patriots. They can't give up pressure. Pressure makes it's a great equalizer for all QBs, and Brock knows it as well as anybody.
So, Jeff, I kind of have a sense of how you in New England's going to go about protecting the left side of their line. Rookie left guard, rookie left tackle, ton of pressures. You're going to slide. You're going to keep tight ends. You're going to chip. You're going to do all of that. The one kind of matchup that concerns me, and Daniel Jeremiah's on with us every week, Jeff, and he's kind of been on the Anthony Bradford train, just movement-wise. He's challenged against movement, really athletic guys. And Milton Williams is a really good D tackle. Ooh. So you played center. You may or may not have times have had a guard that was a liability or tough matchup. How can the Seahawks protect Bradford in that matchup with Williams?
No, great question. So you plays where the ball is going to come out fairly quickly, right? So it's kind of one of those things where you don't want to just say, okay, we're going to slide this guy's way every time, right? But what you do is okay, we're going to need this is going to be a hitch, this is going to be a 5-step, whatever it is. We got to get him some help. And so instead of scanning or like what we would call, I would open my hip to the slide side, but I wouldn't leave present. So my body, and you know this as well as anybody with the Howard Mudd, and even being this, don't leave to look. So the center giving body presence to Bradford on that side, like keep my body there, let me be a backboard so he can set an edge on a guy, right, and cut the man in half. I'm going to set this shoulder. He can't beat me through the gap because the center's not leaving, and kind of create without having to commit him to be there. It's like little ways of kind of cheating.
Can I jump in there, Jeff, just to make sure I understand for those of us that didn't play the game at a high level? So what you're saying is if it's the left guard, you would turn your face and body to the right but lean left in order to get your shoulder and butt kind of over in that area to act almost as a wall while you're doing other things?
That's correct. So what you do is when you snap, you open your right hip. So I would open my hip. I'd keep my left hand up and extended, right? Like I'd try to shoot that into Williams' chest, right, to kind of stone him. But my eyes and my presence would still be looking right because in the slide, right, the right guard is also depending on you. If he gets beat inside, you have to take that guy. But you don't have to move immediately. You can give that presence so that your guard can set and he can get himself seated on the block because what Brock's talking about is movement. And so a guy's having he's what you call jicky jacking, right? Like he's giving you a head shake or he's trying to move and avoid you, but that gives you kind of time to catch up. So he doesn't have to like dive off a diving board. He doesn't have to be overly aggressive. He can let the block develop. And so you're kind of blocking two guys at the center position, but one is with presence and one is with eyes.
What do you remember about your Super Bowl?
Oh, man. First of all, I remember the rain and being scared to death I was going to screw up snaps. So it just tightened right up. But no, and I remember us running the rock, man. Like there was nothing better. We beat them up front, and I think we had close to 200 yards rushing. And I mean, and that was again, that's Urlacher. I mean, the Bears defense were freaking studly, dude. And we had, we ran sprint draw all day and just gashed them. We ran like weak side zone, and I mean, we just hammered dudes, man. Like we put shoulder to shoulder, and honestly, probably our best game. We continued kind of the end of the Patriots game and the AFC Championship game where we ran the heck out of it and just kind of carried that in. And it was unbelievable. I mean, there's nothing better than on the biggest stage knowing you're getting the best of it. And the truth is, weather helps offensive linemen, right? Like snow, rain, whatever. Like we benefit because it slows down the most athletic guys on the field and makes them have to, be a little bit hesitant. So it's kind of like that freaking bullseye, dude. So the rain, I was scared, honestly, and all joking aside. But once I felt comfortable with the snaps, dude, we teed off and just went to ground and pound.
Talking to Jeff Saturday here on Brock and Salk. So I was playing some sound earlier of someone's talking about just the depth. I think it was Robert Mays talking about the depth of the Seahawks defensive line, that they can almost come at you like hockey lines one after another, and they keep substituting guys in. From an offensive lineman's perspective, how challenging is it to face fresh bodies all the time? Do you notice a difference when they can rotate guys through versus, not having the luxury to do that?
Absolutely. I mean, think about it this way for us: is it's not only a fresh body, it's a guy who does it differently. So, as we're scouting, and people, you scout teams, you scout guys, you scout like concepts, but each player has the different flavor that they want to play in, right? Like some guys might want to like jump swim you in the gap, or some guy might want to try to like, he might want to dip and rip, or so you have to figure out not only the situation and what you're in, but what that player wants to do to combat a double team or combat. So your mind is constantly working, and so you fatigue your mind as well of trying to get prepped for which guy are you going against, right? And now he's fresh on top of that, right? He's only had 10 snaps, and you're on your 50th snap. And so it is definitely an advantage for defense. And I'll say this, part of why we were so successful in Indy is because we up-tempoed guys and we wouldn't let them off the field. And I think there's something to that, right? Is if you feel like they're just going to do that repeatedly, you got to change up your timing. You got to keep the field. You got to keep the tempo moving, get to the line of scrimmage. Even if you're not going to call a play quickly, get to the line so they can't go substitute. And don't do a ton of substituting yourself so that you're giving yourself problems. You know what I mean? And I think that's part of the strategies of coaching. But as players as well, I'd look at P and be like, hey man, we need up tempo this thing. We need a NASCAR. Let's go. And because we knew if we caught an advantage, right? So let's say you catch a guy who's a little underweight or not a great run defender. All right, well, let's go run zone at him. Like let's not go get the freaking stud that we got to go bang our head at him. Let's go do it with Leo Williams, right? Let's get him out for a minute and let's go play somebody else. Like those are all the games within the game that makes it so much fun.
Former Colt Jeff Saturday, former Packer, as he reminded us on that Sunday night film, Mary. It was a catch. It was Salk and I both. We saw it right away. It was a catch. Joining us again, Jeffrey. You'll be up in New York this week, and I'm kind of just curious. Big national picture. We're so hyper focused here, right? We know this team. We're heading down Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to do the show on Radio Row, and can't wait for it. I'm just kind of curious what the buzz is and what you think it will be as it builds to this matchup Sunday. Because initially it was like, oh, boo-hoo, there's no stars. I'm not even going to watch. This is not even a great matchup. Do you think as we get closer to Sunday, this thing will ramp up? And are you personally excited about watching these two teams go at it?
Absolutely. I'm fired up. I mean, I think this is a fantastic matchup. And if you love ball, like if you love the X's and O's of this game are really what's going to matter, right? I mean, like I'm going to watch the trenches, right, because you're facing one of the best defenses in the Seahawks and then one of the hottest defenses in the Patriots. And then how do these offenses combat them? And I'll be real, like the Drake May and the Sam Darnold stories, if those don't get you excited, like these are the two I mean, what were they both 60-1 odds at the beginning of the season? If you can't get excited that these teams got hot at the right time, one could put himself on the track in the conversation of the Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady with the start, being year 2 and getting the Super Bowl. The other one, a journeyman who has now found a home. And I'll tell you, and I don't remember which player it was from the Seahawks, but when Darnold was going through kind of a slump in the middle of the season, played bad, and it may have been after the Rams game, honestly, the first one, I can't remember, but some player comes up and he's like, "Hey, this is our guy." Like, I freaking love that. Like, if you don't get fired up and go, these dudes want to play for each other and they got the attitude to go do this thing, like, you don't get the game, man, because that's what it's. He didn't like mix words. He didn't like tiptoe around it. He's like, Sam is our freaking dude. We're riding with him. We'll go do it. I mean, I get excited because you just feel like the two teams love each other, you know what I mean, and care about each other and care about what's going on. I'm super fired up for it.
It's so funny, Jeff, because Salk, we do these videos and these raps and different things at different times, and we kind of pose the question of when did you know? When did you know this team was capable of doing this? And I watched yours the other day, Salk, and you referenced for me.
Yeah, it was that
Jeff,
moment.
It's exactly that moment. It was Ernest Jones, the middle linebacker, and he didn't say freaking. And the Seahawks didn't care to drop the word that he actually said. And to me, I was like, and obviously.
We would, though, because we're still trying to keep that license. Let's just be clear. Don't lose the radio license or you lose your job.
Yeah, but it was that moment that resonated with me too. I wonder why you and I and why that stuck with you. Is that unique?
Yeah, it was authentic. I mean, and I think and this, man. Like I had to hear so much about Peyton Manning, and people would bash him, right? Like, he can't win the big one. He didn't win it in Tennessee. He can't win it. Blah blah blah. Right? They would just crush this dude, and I was like, this guy works harder than anybody I've ever been around. Like, he cared. Like, okay, so he didn't play great. Well, we didn't play great, right? As a team, we didn't play well enough to win, but it all goes to one guy. And I think players, when they realize what dudes are putting in and they see and they feel like guys are getting criticized all for one part of the game, it frustrates us. You know what I mean? And I think that's why I cared so much, because it mattered to me. I hated that all the conversation always went around one person. And I was like, and when he stood up, he was like, hey, he ain't going to play great every game. We got to play better. And I used to feel that way. It ain't one guy. Like, there's 52 other of us, man, that do our freaking jobs right. And we'll win more games than lose. And so stop trying to put it all on one person. I think that's what I loved. I don't know about you, bro, but I just felt like it was authentic. He cared. And it's real. You know what I mean?
It's such a funny difference between media member / fan and, player and former player, that you would have that reaction, and not disagreeing with it at all. I think from the media / fan perspective, it's, well, everyone gushes about him every day. So when he doesn't win the big one, he's going to get crushed for it because he got all the glory and the gushing and the, now he's got all the fame and fortune and everything that goes with it. Yeah, it's on you. Like, of course he's going to get crushed for it. And I think that's what's interesting about Sam is he doesn't generally get all of the credit. And maybe that's one of the reasons he doesn't always get all the blame either, because it's a little bit more of a team-centric feel, even if that's not necessarily the reality inside that locker room.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the way the world sees it, to your point, is these guys get the praise and they get, and like I look at our playoff run when we won it, and then I look at our playoff run when we lost, right? And it was so funny to me that when we lost to the Saints, who, listen, I still think we were the better team, and we just, any team onside kicking in the opening half realized they were, but we dropped, Garcon drops a touchdown. Like, there was a lot of things that happened in that game. But it was the overall, right? Peyton throws a late pick six, and Porter's running it down. But it's funny how everybody looks at it differently. And to your point, they do get a ton of credit, and I hear that. But if, as a player who's on the team and you realize like how many pieces and parts have to play extremely well for you to win, especially at this level. And when you're playing really good defenses, it ain't your division anymore, right? Like, you're playing some of the best. That's typically how teams make it to the playoffs, how hard it is to score. And it just happens that they do get the credit, because in the regular season they're throwing up lights out numbers. That's just not going to happen in playoffs typically, right? Defenses are better, they script them better, and it just doesn't happen. But I get it, but in my opinion, I just felt like it was authentic from Jones, and to your point, it was the real deal. When guys care, and you felt at that moment.
Last minute here. I know you got to get running too as well, Jeffrey. And thanks again for this time. How's your eye see this one? How's your gut and your eyes see this one, Super Bowl Sunday?
Oh, I'm a Drake May fan because he's a Tar Heel. So I want him to play well, and especially starting, as young as he is. He's a freaking great kid. But I think the Seahawks are the better team. Like, if you just look at it, the Patriots are going to have to get creative offensively to figure this thing out, right? I don't think they can just line up and push him around up the ball. I think both defenses to me are the plus in both matchups, but I think the Seahawks have a better opportunity just because of their physicality on both lines of scrimmage. I think they pass block better than the Patriots, which will give them a little more time, and I think they can effectively run it. So it'll be. But again, you and I both know, Brock, you got to go execute, man. I just said it. Like, I thought we lost to a team I thought we were better than. It can happen, and so I'm excited about it either way.
Thanks for doing this. This is really fun. Even though you're just on a couple weeks ago, like, I feel like we could go for another half hour. Like, this is really fun talking to you. I love the stories, love the energy, love the football breakdown, all of it. Thank you so much for joining us again. This is great.
Have a great time every time, and you guys enjoy your time out there, and I'll hold it down in New York for you guys.
Well, there you go. I'm quite smitten with Jeff Saturday. I never thought that I would enjoy talking to him so much. A guy who was so close to Peyton Manning for all those years. Who would know? Who would have thought it? Here I am, talk to Brock every day, backed up Peyton. I to love talking to Jeff Saturday, who played. Who's next? We're gonna get Marvin Harrison. Well, probably not Marvin Harrison. That's probably not gonna have one. He's probably got other things going on, I guess. Who else from that team? Or maybe nobody else.
Adrian James?
Oh, yeah, well, I think we have had.
When he was...
Yeah. Brock knows Edge, and he was here briefly.
Dwight Freeney?
Yeah, Dwight Freeney was here briefly also. So, yeah, I guess maybe we can get Robert. What was that guy's name? Robert Sanders, the safety?
Bob Sanders?
Bob Sanders. That guy was really good, man.
Incredible. It was a shame that I think injuries kind of cut his career short.
Yeah, but he was a really, really, really good player. All right, let's see. The loser of the Super Bowl should be stuck with Salk for the rest of his career. Well, that's not very nice. Oh, like I'd have to go to Boston or come here? No, they're not going to take me there. That's pretty well done. I think that I think that ship is pretty well sailed at this point. We're going down today, man. Pretty cool. I've been thinking a little bit about that. So it's been so long. It is kind of crazy that, you flip through your social media feed and it feels like every other post from a national person or group is all about the Seahawks. It's so weird, right? You're used to kind of scrolling through and being like, someone else. Okay, Giants, Eagles, Commanders, Cowboys, Patriots, Bills, Chiefs, like that's sort of what the scroll normally looks like. And now it's just like Seahawks, Patriots, Seahawks. It's crazy. It's kind of cool. So we'll get down there later today. Maura and I, we RSVP'd, so we are going to go to the media party tonight. And we'll report back and let you guys know what's going on at the EA Sports headquarters. So that's all coming up tomorrow from Radio Row. Don't know who we're talking to yet. We know we got DJ today. We know we got Mike Reis, covers the Patriots today. We got Abe Lucas later today. It sounds like we're going to have a Seahawks player every day for the rest of the week. And we'll see who else. I don't know. Maura was throwing around some interesting names. Don't know whether we'll be able to get them or not yet. I mean, we are like the team that's there for the Super Bowl. So... yeah, maybe some intriguing people. We'll have to wait and find out. Okay, Brock is in next, and before we get to all that football, I want to talk a little bit more baseball. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Starting tomorrow with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 7. And bonus coverage from 7 to 9.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Olympic Hot Tub celebrates Seattle's star team with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Champion-level wellness at winning savings on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges through Sunday. Go to olympichottub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients, participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about. blowout, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
5 days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike. Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Day today, Brock, as we head down to San Francisco. We'll be in Radio Row starting tomorrow, going to the big media party tonight. Maura and I have already RSVP'd. I assume you're one of the hosts, right? This is at EA Sports, where you're a legend, of course, right? I mean, an employee.
Yep, big time.
Have you been to the headquarters?
Big time, Salky. Big
have
time.
Have you
Those
been?
are the corporate headquarters. I've been to the other headquarters in Orlando, the studios. So no, I've not been to the ones in Redwood City, but that should be fun tonight. Yeah, it's cocktail attire, right? So suit and tie and everything else. Did I read that right or no?
I don't think it's that. No, didn't pack that. No, it's not really.
No, okay.
Not really something I packed. Not part of my plan for this particular week in San Francisco.
Are you going to be? What are you going to be this week? Talk to me. I know you want to get to the Donovan trade.
I do.
Yeah. So, but talk to me. Like, what is your presence going to be? Are you going to be like Sweet Salk, where you're just kind of cocksure, like howdy, like walking around? Like,
no.
Are you going to be chill Salk? Are you going to be I'm going to take a nap Salk? What kind of Salk am I going to get as a roommate? And then are you going to stir it up on Radio Row? Like, what am I in for the next 3 days?
Probably not going to stir it up at all, and probably going to take a nap every afternoon.
All right. So a little slow down Salk.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
Is that what you were hoping for?
No, I want you to be authentic to who you are, Salk. Just like this team, just be authentic. So
as long as I don't have to laugh, I'm fine. Because every time I laugh, I start coughing. So
great.
So as long as you don't say anything funny, I should be totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
We should
Awesome.
we should have a great time. Hey, can we start with the Donovan trade? We will get to a ton of Seahawks conversation today, but I fit is the word I guess you keep coming back to. This was the guy, especially once some of the other players didn't move. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Since Ketel Marte wasn't going to move, Nico Horner isn't going to move. Once you take a couple of those names off the board, this was the fit. This was the guy that had the positional flexibility, the 2 years of club control, and the on-base skills and everything else the Mariners needed. So they bring him in. This has been talked about for quite some time. It is interesting to me how over the last couple of years, both the Seahawks and the Mariners have turned into teams that start making predictable moves at times, right? I mean, we talked about that with the Seahawks. Hey, what do you need? A guard. Who are you going to take? Gray Zabel. Okay. Well, smart. Hey, what else do you need? We like this safety. Well, what are you going to take? We're going to take Nick Eamon-Wari. Like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Hey, we need a quarterback. Who are you going to get? Sam Darnold. He's available and just had a 14-win season. Okay. And the Mariners, kind of the same thing. Hey, who do you need at the deadline? Geno Suarez and Josh Naylor. Okay, well, what'd you get? Geno Suarez and Josh Naylor. Well, what do you need this offseason? Well, we need to re-sign Josh Naylor. Check.
Yep.
Rob Refsnyder, and it's a right-handed bat to replace. Yeah, okay, done. And what else do you need? Player
lefty
who can play.
bullpen.
Yeah,
we need a lefty bullpen arm.
Got that. Hey, you need a positional flexibility guy who can play some second and third as a veteran presence and allow the young guys to kind of have their moments, ups and downs, and everything that goes with it. Give them opportunities, but not overexpose them. Who can play a little outfield if you need him to, who gets on base, can hit at the top of the order. Hey, who's that? Brendan Donovan. Okay, well, then bring him in. And they did. So, I mean, like, I think one of the things
that's
you
a
like here is
byproduct. Yeah, don't you think that's a byproduct of knowing who you are and having the rest of the foundation laid? Like you can't do that in the early part of the rebuild. You can't do that when you don't know who your young core is. You can't do that when you don't have continuity. Like when you know who you are, and you've got a pretty mature, fully bloomed culture. Aren't these the kind of steps that those championship teams take?
Yeah.
And aren't we looking at 2 championship caliber teams here in Seattle?
Absolutely. Now, I don't know whether we knew that with the Seahawks. I think that in the Seahawks, it feels like it was
expedited.
Yeah, that came a little bit more quickly than we thought. But with Brendan Donovan, this is what you needed to do. And you said a contending team, and you go out there and you work in the young players without overexposing them. Here's how I kind of look at this one. And Lyle, I know you've been kind of hot on this as well, so I'd love to hear what you think. But there's some good, some great, some kind of regular. The great here is he gets on base 36% of the time. He's a 361 on base guy, as Lyle told me earlier. Top 13 in the league over the last 5 years. So he gets on base since coming into the league. He's played 4 years.
Right? Bona fide leadoff hitter.
Bona fide leadoff hitter, gets on base 36% of the time. Something they don't have right now. Positional flexibility, talked about it. He can play second. He can play third. He can play the corner outfields. He's not an unbelievable defender, but he can play all 4 of those positions capably. And, yeah, you get him working with Perry Hill, maybe improve that a little. Like, I think that's a plus for them and something they needed. The other great for me is, by all accounts, top-tier, A-plus, great makeup kind of guy. Everyone loves him, will fit into this culture, which is something that they've said over and over again is a big deal to them, loves ball. So in that way, those are, to me, the great. Just
great
absolute
lettuce.
Perfect.
I mean, great lettuce.
You like the lettuce?
Great lettuce, yes. Just kind of scrappy. Yeah, just kind of a great look to him. Great aura. Kind of like the aura. Just looks like a scrappy, caveman-y, tough, just baseball player, just a dirt dog. So yeah, kind of fit the aura in too.
The good for me, not quite a great, but obviously very good. Pro. He's just a pro. He's a professional veteran, right? He's not a young player that you're hoping will do something. He's a professional who's done this for 4 years, has been incredibly consistent. You think you know what you're getting. I know it's baseball, so you never fully know, but you think you know what you're getting. He's 29 years old, and it's only a 2-year commitment, so you have him for ages 29 and 30. Those are ideal ages to have a guy like this. He allows you to move Randy back to the middle of the lineup, probably 5th, maybe 6th, instead of having to hit him lead off, which I don't know worked the way they wanted it to. And he is, as I said, a contending team kind of player. There are a couple small concerns. It's not like this is 100% no questions. There's going to be a couple small concerns. He's another left-handed hitter, which means that in all likelihood on opening day, if he's playing third, your entire infield is left-handed. Leo Rivas is going to be the one guy in your infield that hits right-handed. The good news there, of course, is that most of the time you're going to face right-handed pitching, but it is, I think, a little bit of a question mark against lefties. Maybe you're worried about Saintcha's upside. Minor concern. To me, I would only look at the opportunity cost of okay, what happens if Stephen Kwan is available at the deadline? And you're like, ugh, it would have been nice to still have some of these pieces to be able to go get that done. But I don't know that I'm sitting here saying, oh, Jurrangelo Saintcha. We couldn't have possibly given up Jurrangelo Saintcha. Yeah, he's got some upside, but you have to give up something with upside in order to get back a player that puts you over the top. So I don't really have any problem there. Last couple things, and these are just facts. The range, as I said, is a little iffy. Playing third should help. The base running is good. He's supposed to be a very good base runner, not incredibly fast. He doesn't steal bases, but a very good base runner. So you take that total package, and I'll just keep coming back to the same statement. This is what contending teams do to get over the top.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the one thing I would say, I don't know if you added this on your list or not last night, is you do lose some pop, right? When you compare it to Polanco, right? Because this is kind of the Polanco Phil. This is the kind of the veteran guy, right? Now he'll get on base a little bit more, maybe not quite as many peaks and valleys as you saw with Jorge, but you do lose, some of that. And with Suarez signing elsewhere, you do lose some of that pop. You have added on base with Ref Snyder and him. You've added, a bunch of guys now, Naylor, that are not strikeout guys. That plays to some of the things that I like. But you do lose a little bit of pop, you know, with this addition.
Well, and I think that's going to be part of the team's makeup anyway. I mean, unless Cal hits another 60, I'm never going to doubt the man again. Like, you're probably going to lose a little bit of pop there also. You need to hope that more playing time for Dominic Canzone, playing as a DH primarily, offers a little bit more home run power this year. You need to hope that Julio makes up for some of that and you know, has 40 to 45 home runs. Like those are the ways you make up for that stuff.
Yes, it is. And I would say lastly, like cherry on top, like just to prove your point about contending teams and title teams, this is what you do. You signed DeMarcus Lawrence, you signed Cooper Kupp, right? You add some veteran guys, you know, to your young core, guys that have been there, done it a little bit, and you go out and you're aggressive and you spend. And you know what? You go and you sign Naylor and you spend, and you go and trade for a left-handed bullpen arm and you spend, and you go and spend some of your, you know, resources with Williamson as well, and like you go spend. Because this is what you do. And I would say preseason, Lyle, would you say over the last 3, 4, 5 years, just as far as preseason moves, not midseason moves, preseason moves, this is as aggressive as they have been in maybe Jerry's tenure and certainly since the rebuild.
Feels that way. I mean, I didn't think the roster was complete without this move, and now it is. You had to find somebody to replace Polanco, and in addition to everything you guys said, the man does destroy right-handed pitching, which is what he's going to see the most of. I don't think he'll platoon, but for his career, he's a 140 WRC plus hitter against righties.
That's pretty good. That means he's 40% better than the average player. Yeah. So you put those numbers together, you're talking about a player who should be not just serviceable, he should be a plus player to help this organization.
In the clubhouse, it should be raring to go. The clubhouse that now, you know, a couple years ago, Cal wanted a little bit more. Cal got what he wanted around him, and he knows. And this team knows. They're good enough, they're complete enough to go compete just like the team across the street is going to do on Sunday.
All right, we'll give you a little bit more on this. I got some sound to play you on where he'll play and how this is going to work. And then we got a lot of Seahawks stuff, and they had stupid media day last night. So all of that coming up. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Well, on this Tuesday morning, maybe you find yourself a little like the Heward family. We've got, our insurance coming due. Our kind of annual insurance comes due here in just a couple weeks. And boy, am I thankful. A few years ago, Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I didn't know if we were paying the right amount. You know, things in our family changed. Haley was getting married. I just didn't know about coverage. And frankly, insurance is one of those things that can be stressful, can be confusing. And that is where First Mark comes to play. They are an incredible teammate. They go to work for you. They will analyze your coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they will go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for years to find your situation the very best fit. And no stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, my parents, so many of my friends, successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge totally free. And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to. All you got to do is go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. They work for you.
There's only one Steve Rabel.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
He takes insight to another level. Shoot, the man played the game.
There's an old picture, two farmers sitting on a wooden fence. Each has a sock filled with cow manure, and they're swinging at each other to see who falls off the fence first. But that's what this felt like.
The only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Super Bowl. Sunday, kickoff at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
Dayandnight.net.
Save $1,700 when you have day and night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
Dayandnight.net.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Good Dog Auto Glass.
When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
Gear up for the big game at Simply Seattle. Shop official Seahawks playoffs gear and custom Simply original designs. Shop in-store or online and enter to win a $1,000 shopping spree now at simplyseattle.com.
The only place to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Can you believe it?
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners do the expected thing. They get their guy, an offseason where we knew they wanted another infield bat, Brock, and they get one yesterday. Brendan Donovan acquired from the Cardinals. They give up Jurangelo St. Ben Williamson, Ty Pete, and a competitive B pick. Honestly, the competitive pick might be the thing that's the most painful to lose, just given how good they've been in the draft over the last half decade or so. Donovan is a leadoff hitter. 36% of the time he gets on base. He doesn't strike out. He doesn't swing and miss. He makes a lot of contact. He doesn't hit for a lot of pop, but he's got some doubles power, and he's supposed to be a great, great clubhouse guy. A lot of positional flexibility to play second, third, and both corner outfield spots. He's what they needed.
Just a pro, right? And, you know, we've looked at some of these spring trainings the last couple of years, and we'll just be down there in a couple of weeks. I cannot believe that. It's amazing. And we've looked at some of the things like, ooh, Polanco playing third, or Urias got that shoulder issue, or like, man, what? There's kind of been a spot that's been like, how's that all gonna? Who's gonna be second? How's that all gonna work itself out? I don't think you have Now you have youth, and there's always questions in youth, and it is baseball, and you can't always count on everything. But just compared to kind of previous years,
Well, but
the
those
DH,
the youth is accounted for though with backup options, right? If Emerson pops at third base, great. This guy can play some second, and he can move around or play the outfield. If Cole Young struggles at second, well, this guy can play second. You've got Leo Rivas, and like you kind of accounted for some of the potential pitfalls and given yourself options if things work out even better than expected. I think that's what you like about this move, and that's why the flexibility is so huge. If Colt Emerson and Cole Young both come up and dominate, you're set, and you can move this guy into the outfield, so it's not like he's a waste. If one of those guys or both of those guys struggles, you've got some veteran players who are ready to kind of help out. Pitching depth will be a little bit of a concern. They'll have to figure that out here along the way. And, yeah, it's a little bummer to give up Ben Williamson. He's kind of a fun player and a nice guy, and enjoyed watching him, especially play defense. But I don't know if he's ever going to be a great hitter. I've said a number of times, Ty Pete was not a player that this team likes. Similar to Harry Ford, just two guys that I don't think they were in love with while they were in the organization. And so Saintia really becomes the centerpiece of the deal, and it feels like a reasonable return.
Here's the second thing you need
Brock,
to
I'll
know.
let you handle media day. I couldn't watch. I tried. It's not for me.
I was on the stair stepper.
Okay.
My new pre-course stair stepper for an hour. That helped because the environment, and in years past, previous years, they've done it like at the Superdome. They've allowed fans in. There was like some juice in the building. Not last night. It was at the San Jose Convention Center, and two teams that aren't necessarily noisy. A couple quarterbacks that are a whole lot more blue collar than they are quote worthy. Two head coaches that equally respect each other and aren't going to create any bulletin board material. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of pomp and circumstance. It was pretty professional. But I thought Coach McDonald did an awesome job. I would have loved to have seen the thought bubbles and making sure that he didn't overthink the situation. But I thought he did great. I thought the whole presentation of the Seahawks, like both teams, man, these are pros. If our new baseball player is a pro, Salk, these two teams, Patriots and Seahawks, chock full of a bunch of pros as well.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. And not all of the people asking questions were pros. I think that came out pretty clearly over the course of the day. Like this one to Mike Vrabel.
It's a must-win game.
A must-win? Yeah, I think every time we go out is a must-win game. I mean, it's kind of the attitude that I've always taken in the National Football League.
Right. Is it a must-win game? And Mike McDonald was asked repeatedly, Brock, about the last time the Seahawks were in the Super Bowl.
Coach McDonald, yeah, we'll talk to Buster with the boys. I'm gonna paint a situation for you. It's the fourth quarter, 26 seconds left. The second goal on the one. You're down by 4. Are you going to run the football or are you going to throw it?
Beast mode the backfield.
Are you going to call him and get him in uniform and finally hit him the football?
That's within the realm of possibility.
That's so funny.
I'm going to get some snarky Salk.
You might. If this is what we're in store for,
I might get some snarky.
You might get a little snark.
Bro, yeah, dude.
Ugh,
snarky Salk coming out.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Another of my favorite people, Roger Goodell, giving his annual State of the League yesterday, Brock. Answered questions about the potential Seahawks sale.
Jody's doing a great job of managing the team. Bert's here. They've done a great job. They're in the Super Bowl. And I think from that standpoint, they've done a really important job in the context of the trust and the execution of that. But eventually the team will need to be sold in accordance with that. That'll be Jody's decision of when she does that. And we will be supportive of that.
Yep.
Front Office Sports yesterday reporting that it was going to be within a month or so after the Super Bowl. So
I mean, I think the Blazers deal's got to close.
Yeah.
I think according to Bert, he mentioned this to some of the reporters there. It's on track, but that's months out. And again, these are the kind of things that take a long time.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't I put my house on the market, there's a buyer, it's sold in a month. Like these, you see it with the Trailblazers, which is not nearly as big nor as valuable as the Seahawks.
Yep.
Yes.
Did you see my Kraken note yesterday, Brock, on my guy, Jacob Melanson?
Did I?
Well, thank you to Emerald City Hockey. This is their note. I'm just cribbing it. In his first 21 games in the league, Melanson has 112 registered hits, basically 5 1/3 per game.
Yep.
That is more than any of the top 10 hit collectors in NHL history had through their first 21 games. The next highest was 97. He's got 112.
kind of like hit collector.
Hit collector. Yeah. He's the hit collector. All right, that's everything you need to know. 3:15 here on the Brock and
Maybe we
Salk
should
Show.
get you a jersey.
The hit collector?
You won't
or
wear
a
my
Melanson?
old jersey. You won't wear anybody
I'd wear a
else's
Melanson
jersey.
63.
You'd wear a Melanson
I'd wear a
63.
Melanson 63, yeah. Let me clarify this for everyone who knows everything on the text line and says, no, it was the Reis who gave up the competitive beat. Well, let me read to you from the Mariners press release yesterday. Mariners acquire Brendan Donovan from St. Louis Cardinals as part of 3-team trade. Mariners send infielder Ben Williamson to Tampa Bay Rays, right-handed pitcher Durangelo Saincha, outfielder Ty Pete, and 2026 competitive balance round B draft pick to St. Louis Cardinals. Rays send outfielder Colton Ledbetter and 2026 competitive balance round B draft pick to Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah,
Just
originally, I
reading.
think. No, I understand, but I think originally for most folks that don't get those press releases from the Mariners,
the people who know, they know more.
Well, the Jeff Passons,
It
that
feels so good to be right.
That wasn't included.
Feels so good to be right.
In some of the initial
Feels
news.
so
and some of the
good. Oh, I get to criticize and show everyone how smart I am. You're like my 11-year-old's friends. Oh, I know everything. I'm so excited to tell you how much more than you I know. The Seahawks were at Media Day yesterday, Brock. Well, we have some of the sound. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Starting tomorrow with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 7. And bonus coverage from 7 to 9.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
All right, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is inviting everybody, all you fans, to start between now and the big game. That's like really soon, right? It's this Sunday. So use that day, February 8th, as a cheat day to celebrate your success, and then you can get right back to it, okay? People all over the Northwest will lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds by opening day. They'll do it by starting with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes. Just get started. I did this program, lost 10 pounds in a week, lost about 35 pounds after 8 weeks. I didn't have to fight for space in a crowded gym. I didn't take pills or injections, no fake food or anything like that. I just got delicious recipes and a really good coaching group to offer support and accountability, plus that easy-to-follow plan that works. Here's what you do. Don't let a 15-minute phone call hold you back. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Landis to talk about Swedish CyberKnife.
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. If diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
It goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call First Mark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it too. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Well, the wet, chilly weather has certainly arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and if your attic and crawl space are well insulated, your home should be fine. Should feel cozy and warm without your furnace having to work overtime. But you'd be surprised to learn how many homes in Western Washington lack insulation in these spaces. It's why you call Crawl Pros. If you're feeling cold drafts or seeing that heating bill spike, now's a great time to learn if you got anything going on behind that crawl space or attic by calling Crawl Pros. They'll come out to your house just like they did to mine, do the corner-to-corner inspection. In my case, they found the problem, showed me the pictures, and then they got it all fixed. Now, if they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates that are available to help you get the work done correctly. Like if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could get a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of the insulation job. If you're worried anything is going on in your crawl space or attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, anything, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, man. Brock. I'm struggling with the people. Maybe I should relax. There's a lot of new people who come to the show these days.
Yes.
But I want to just explain what my job is and what my job isn't. 206. Okay. Hey, Mike, could you describe what a hit is in hockey? And why it's important. I don't even know what a hit is. No,
I would
can't.
To know that.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to do that. That's not the job here. I really am excited to talk hockey with you guys, or talk football with you guys, or talk baseball. And there are certain things that, we all learn together.
Do you got to knock someone off their skates for it to be considered a hit?
I'm not going to answer that question. Go use Google. Sometimes you got to just use Google. For the person who's texted in 30 times today wanting to know Brendan Donovan's age.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean,
Lyle's rubbing off on you.
Yeah.
Go to YouTube.
Go to Google.
Yeah,
it's 29, and you can go to Google. We'll talk about him, and it's been mentioned a couple of times. I'm sorry we're not on your schedule today. Yeah. Brock, what did you make of Media Day? You were able to get through it. I was not able to get. I do have sound, but it was a little dry. I thought.
It was. Yeah, I think it was a little. I think that's fair. I did love, and it was before Media Day began, and our buddy John Schneider was on set there with the insiders, with Garofalo and Pelissaro and Ian and others, and he was awesome. And he was wearing a Paul Allen T-shirt, and a young Paul Allen with the beard and the hair and the whole deal, and just I think paying homage, with this news coming out that the thing's going to be sold. It was just a little like, yeah, I know where this thing started. I know who gave me my start back in 2010 and allowed me to lead and do all the things that he's doing. So that put me in good little spirits, just listening to John kind of brag about everybody. And then you're right, these are not, this is why I think some of the national media was like, kind of yawn with some of the off the field matchups, because there's not a lot of noise with these two teams.
No, they're just not noisy. The most I think polarizing or controversial sound did come from John Schneider, asked about his sweat stains.
You are a bit of a sweater. Do we have that part handled for this game? Because I imagine everybody sent you the screen grab of the San Francisco game.
Yeah, I've had multiple companies sending me T-shirts. Yeah. It's funny. I mean, I'm just like, I'm an anxious person by nature, and that's a pretty intense time, right? So yeah.
I mean, there you go. All the news that's fit to print. John Schneider giving shirts, free shirts to help with the sweating.
I think those are my buddies at Mizzen in Maine, maybe.
Oh, you think so?
Some of that whiskey material that's supposed to, not.
I don't trust that stuff. It wicks it away, but then I feel like it ends up smelling worse. I don't know. I'm not a fan of all that stuff. No, most of what we heard yesterday was just a big love affair. Like Drake May asked about Sam Darnold.
Big fan of Sam.
Yeah.
What a journey. What a career he's had. Just to battle the life of the NFL, and knowing that his first opportunity, obviously he got put in a scenario where they decided to move on, and from there he's made him pay ever since. He's battled of not playing for years and being the backup to getting his chance and just making the most of it. It's been awesome to see just what this side of such a great story, the side of the league that people think that what makes the league so special. It's stories like Sam that just puts his head down, works hard. It's turned to one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and I've gotten to know him a little bit. He's a great dude. He's one of the best dudes I've met, and he's looking forward to seeing him on Sunday and seeing him do his thing, and but also at the same time competing against him.
Remember when Jake Heaps came to the program? So,
I'm sorry. Is he done talking? I nodded off. Is Drake May done?
Someone just called you Snark on the text line.
Like snarky Salk?
Snarky.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. That's not. I'm more like tired Salk. I fell asleep while Drake May was talking there.
Do you remember? Go ahead, Lyle. Yes.
Lyle knows. Lyle recognized the whole thing where the head snaps down and then you open your eyes again. Like, oh wait, I just fell asleep. I better try to wake myself up. So now Lyle wants to weigh in because he saw a little nodder there. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask if you've heard about Drake May.
What is that?
Oh, it's been a big thing all year.
What is Drake May?
It's his nickname. There's this big Drake May fan account on social media that's garnered all this traction. Now his teammates call him that. I figured it was going to be talked about throughout Super Bowl week.
Oh, I've heard about there's the whole gay for May thing. I've heard about that in New England, and then the broadcaster, I forget who it is, somebody from Channel 10, I want to say, was like, I'm a gay man and I'm gay for May too. Like he was like having fun with all the people around him. But I have not heard about the Drake May.
You remember when
Heaps came?
No, I've not heard of Drake May, but that sounds spicy. I mean, that sounds like that's got a little juice to it.
Does it?
Yeah, that not a lot of other things did. You remember when Heaps came to work at the station? He had the same haircut he had his sophomore year of high school.
Yeah.
Right? just kind of buzz cut, just kind of poofy, just no gel, no nothing. And by the end of it, and he's beautiful hair, right? You got the hair product in, looking good. That's what I think Drake May in 10 years gonna look back at this press conference and go, wow, no hair gel, look like I'm 12 years old, baby face. He is so freaking young. Just watching that last night, and I told you he's 7 years older than Titus, right? He's like Macy's age. He's young,
yeah,
or a year older than me, young, and yet he's on this stage and has an opportunity to be the youngest to ever win it if he can get it done.
We did get some Leonard Williams. He was asked about the origin of the dark side.
We just kept hearing comparisons to the Legion of Boom, and we kind of thought that it was time for us to have our own name pretty much. And we had a few names thrown at the wall, and I think the dark side stuck because one of Coach Mike's messaging is, a play style and a place that nobody wants to play. And in Seattle, it gets dark during the winter times, and we shut some teams out this year with no points on the board. So we have a very suffocating defense, I would say, and I think that's why we came up with the dark side.
Little details to that, little details. I'll say this, Mr. May, and he loves to run. I highlighted that in Blue 88 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
No QB scrambled and ran more than Drake May. He better have his head on a swivel running against these guys, because I think they were a little, not embarrassed, but a little humbled.
Yeah.
In listening to the mic'd up sound of that Rams game, right? They don't like giving up those kind of yards and those kind of points and those kind of touchdowns. And Drake better have that head on a swivel if he's going to go running around on this group, because I think they're going to be ripe to be pretty darn aggressive.
All right, I can't play any more sound from Media
That's
Day.
it?
It's all too boring. I would rather play you sound from other people here on the station, because that has been honestly more interesting. There's a ton of people that we've had on, that the other shows have had on, that have given some great answers that I find much more interesting and much more relevant to the game. So let me play you this. This is Nate Tice, who was on yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy, who is one of many people who just likes the Seahawks better in this game.
The Seahawks are the better overall team, but having said that, I also think the Patriots have a couple things that align, like that could give the Seahawks some issues. I think the biggest issue this whole year for the Seahawks has been the right guard at offensive lines and a little bit Sundell at center, especially when they have to drop back and pass. And the strength of the Patriots defense, I mentioned the guys already before, are the two defensive tackles / DNs that they have. I'll just say defensive linemen that they have. And Tonga, who's the third defensive lineman, that could really give the Seahawks some issues. The Rams created a lot of pressure on Darnold last week, and Darnold answered, just wonderfully. I say last week. Yeah, it was last week. Wonderfully. It feels like it was a year ago. But just was able to find those answers. The JSN touchdown at the end of the half is a great example of that. But that's also could lead to Darnold maybe not having as much success.
Yeah, I think those are going to be talked about for the next 3 days. So just kind of highlighted with just some of these matchups. Overall, 1 through 70, I think most in the league would take the Seahawks 1 through 70. But, some of these different matchups, much like the Rams, I think if teams around the league were to pick the Rams or the Seahawks 1 through 70, I think they would have taken the Seahawks and taken them over the Niners and taken them over most teams in the NFC. But there can be matchups, and Puka and Devontae and their tight ends and Stafford, and there can be matchups within that 70 that are hard to handle.
I'm thinking about the biggest Super Bowl upsets that we've seen. Probably 3 come to mind, I would think, more than any others. One would be obviously 2007 when the Patriots were 18-0 and the Giants beat them. 2 would maybe be, not that everyone here felt this way, but nationally, I think the Seahawks beating the Broncos. And 3 would be maybe a few years ago when either Tampa beat Kansas City or Philly beat Kansas City. Like, those would be 3 that really jump out to me. Maybe.
You have to go back to the biggest upset of all, right? This century, and that was the Patriots. It was the first one. They were double-digit
okay, sure.
underdogs.
Add that one too. Okay, yes, add that one as well. Okay, so let's look at those 4 or 5. What do they all have in common? All of them have one thing in common, and you added the Patriots. It was all a defense that was underrated, taking down the world's best offense. And why does that happen? Because we overrate offense as a culture.
Yep.
When a team has an unbelievably explosive, high-powered offense, they get overrated. People think they're the greatest thing in the world and can't be beaten. They are the greatest show on turf, right? They are the Broncos. Oh, my God, nobody could possibly shut down this offense. Right? All of those, the Patriots in 2007, same thing, all about their offense and Tom Brady and Randy Moss and all the yards that they racked up that year with Wes Welker. Like, those have all been top-tier offenses that have been beaten in similar fashion by unbelievably underrated and very good defensive lines and defenses in general, but especially defensive lines.
Yep.
That's not the story here. Like, I'm not saying that the Patriots can't win this game. Of course they can. And I heard I was getting called a homer yesterday in Boston. You might be right. Maybe I am. But the advantage of being a homer here in Seattle is that you actually get to see the Seahawks, which nobody else in the country ever does. Yeah. And the one thing I've seen is that this defensive line is awesome. They are in the same conversation and category as all of those other defensive lines you think of when you think about those big Super Bowl upsets. They might be better than a bunch of them. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. I just don't see how this game sets up for the Seahawks to get upset. It's not to say they won't lose. It's not to say the Patriots can't exploit the right guard or center, and Milton Williams is a good player, and Christian. Like, they have good players. But this does not have the traditional upset in the Super Bowl formula that we've seen play out a half dozen times in our lifetime.
Yeah, because the Seahawks have that on their side.
They're the ones with that.
And even more so. Yes.
They're the ones who would pull an upset against the greatest offense in the world were they to face it.
Yep.
They're not the team that gets upset in the Super Bowl, at least not based on what we've seen in the past.
Yep, and they've cleaned up the turnover differential, which plays a role in these kind of matchups and these kind of games. Been much, much better, obviously, through the playoffs. Been awesome in that regard. And, yeah, and obviously when you bring the complete nature and complementary ball and style and everything they like to do, it's why most, Salk, I think, are picking the Seahawks. That if you survey, 100 people, I think 90, some of them are probably going to take the Seahawks. Why the line, frankly, has not moved that much. It kind of, sometimes you see these lines kind of wiggle and move a little bit. It's been like 4.5, 5, really, since the game was set up, the previous Sunday. So, Yeah, I don't think like upset or big shot. Like no, I don't think that'll be. I don't think that'll be the storyline coming out of this one. Now, will there be matchups? Will there be eyes on Anthony Bradford?
Yeah, absolutely. And if the Patriots find a way to exploit those things, of course they can win the game. But in terms of what we've seen in our lifetime for big Super Bowl upsets, this does not have that feel at all. This does not have that. I mean, the one thing it has in common is most of the national media picking the Seahawks. But other than that, like it doesn't have that one component, which is a great defensive line that finds a way to get to a great, offensive system and beats it in one game. And I just, that's not the way this game sets up. Let's do a little Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Eward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, question number 1. We talked about Q rating a little bit yesterday. I don't know that anybody improved theirs last night at Media Day. Any Seahawks that can improve their Q rating this weekend?
Yeah, I think in this matchup, in this game, the storylines that will be talked about, the narratives that can be changed or rewritten, I think there's 5 from a Seahawk perspective. All right, not talking Drake May or Vrabel or anything in New England. This is very Seahawk-centric.
Okay.
In order. Number 1 is Sam. Sam has the biggest opportunity playing quarterback to be the MVP, just doing national hits, this week and chatting with national folks like it's all about Sam. Sam. Yep, and I think when you naturally play that position and you've got 8 years of experience and you've been through some valleys and now you are ascending and maybe right to the mountaintop and planting the flag, I think number 1 is Sam. Number 2 is Mike McDonald. To do something never done before, to be the full-time defensive play caller and to really put that stamp of the football genius on the other side. Right? We've got the Sean McVay, we got the Shanahans, we got offensive geniuses. We don't hear about defensive geniuses. He gets this done and they win and they play dominant defense. He will be much more of a household name. I think number 3 is John Schneider. I think that that camera will find him. To be doing stuff that's not been done before. Mike is a play caller, John Schneider building 2 different teams with the same organization, right? Not been done and lift that Lombardi with basically nobody on that field that was a part of it the first time a little over a decade ago. I think John's probably 3. 1, 2, 3. And now I kind of get to how I see maybe the game unfolding a little bit in this matchup. I think number 4 is K9. I think he is the least talked about locally and the most talked about nationally. Usually we talk about our guys way more than anybody else, but man, even last night, even listening to Mike Robb and Maurice Jones-Drew and those guys, can't wait to see K9 on this stage. And just like he had to do in the title game and had to do in the week before that, it's going to be more there, more for him. And, there's probably not going to be a carries limit or touch limit because this is it. And there's no Charbonnet. So I think K9 got an opportunity. If they want to blitz and you hit that blitz right with the screen, guess what K9 is going to do? Hit a home run. Yep, you're going to blitz and you get outside with a toss crack. Guess what K9 can do? He can hit a home run. He could have a 200-yard kind of total offense kind of game and win MVP in a contract year. I think K9's got a massive opportunity. And then defensively, and maybe this is totally prisoner of the moment with that Tom Brady sound yesterday, but just defensively, the way that Nick Emmanwori plays and how unique he is, he's going to capture Tirico. He's going to capture Chris Collinsworth. He's going to capture the attention this week when more people get introduced to him. I think an Emmanwori or DeMarcus Lawrence, kind of split on those 2. D-Law with all the cowboy background, with all the big name, big stage, big moment, dude can play big. Those 2 would be kind of my 2 to keep an eye on defensively.
All right, question number 2. A little subtext side story to this Super Bowl, Brock, is Kenneth Walker about to go into free agency. And, at the beginning of this year, it seemed like maybe they would likely let him walk. And now all of a sudden things look a little bit different. And Zach Charbonnet's not going to be around for most, if not all, of next year. What do you think the future is here for Kenneth Walker?
I think his agent is going to make the case of Josh Jacobs and probably try to make that case as convincingly as possible. That when you look at some of the yardage numbers, when you look at the most forced missed tackles the last 4 years of K9's career, for the first 4 years to begin his career. Do you know where he sits amongst all NFL running backs the last 4 years in forcing missed tackles like he did on national television in that A-gap the other night, as most impressively as you can possibly do? He's number 2. Josh Jacobs is 1. K9 is 2. Derrick Henry is 3. That's a pretty good list to be on. He's 26 years old. I went back and looked. He's 25. I went back and looked at when Josh Jacobs got paid. He was a first-round pick. And so they had to kind of do a franchise deal, and then ultimately got his 4-year, $48 million deal with the Packers at about the same age as K9 will be. Are you willing to go 4 years and $48 million for Walker the third?
Probably not.
I don't think I am either.
Yeah, I mean, I like him, but I'm
now what I am willing to do is maybe what some of these running backs have had to deal with. Maybe a 1-year, $14 million deal, franchise tag. That's a one.
That's a conversation. That'd be a conversation.
I think that's a real conversation.
Yeah. It stinks for him, but yeah.
It does.
Like, I don't know what to say. Like, if I'm John Schneider and I got to figure out the best way to build a team for next year, yeah, that's probably the direction I would go. Question number 3. All right, so Seahawks are going to have this offensive coordinator job, Brock, open as Clint Kubiak heads to Vegas. How desirable a job is it?
Incredibly desirable. And compare and contrast it to a year ago. I mean, when they were going through the process and interviewing everybody, I think even then it was desirable because of Mike, because of John, because you won 10 games, because you got a great defense. But fast forward 12 months, when you're going to now have your 4th coordinator in 4 years, and I would contend this is one of the most desirable openings in the NFL. You've got a stable quarterback situation and a guy that is beloved and works his butt off and has got a vast amount of knowledge. You've got a young offensive line that has really grown, and in its youth and continuity, there are very few peers in the league. You've got that elite defense on the other side, so you don't have to outscore everybody. You can play complementary and complete ball with that defense. And then you've got a McDonald and Schneider that have proven to be culture builders. So, yeah, I think that this will be an incredibly attractive job to whether that's someone in-house or whether that's somebody, that's maybe not signed a contract somewhere else, kind of just waiting to see how all this is going to shake out. But, man, in 1 year, I think you can argue they've made that job as more desirable than just about any in all the NFL.
Pretty cool. All right, that is today's Blue 88. I should tell.
And JSN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys can gear up for the big game. It's Simply Seattle, Brock. Shop official Seahawks playoff gear and custom Simply original designs. You can shop in store or online. Enter to win a $1,000 shopping spree right now at simplyseattle.com. Let's just kind of let people know where we're at. So today at 8:30, Daniel Jeremiah, he's not going to the Super Bowl, so we're not going to get a chance to see him later this week, but we'll be down there later today. DJ will join us at 8:30. At 9 o'clock, Mike Reis from ESPN.com covers the Patriots and has for decades. Truly one of the Mike a little bit, right? Truly one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your entire life. Like, it's almost... He's so nice it almost seems fake, and it's not. It's totally authentic. He's just that nice a guy. And then at 9:30, Abe Lucas, nice guy off the field. Little ornery at times on the field. So we'll talk to Abe coming up at 9:30 this morning. Tomorrow, I think Joel Klatt, right? We're going to talk to Joel tomorrow?
I'll touch base.
All right. I think the plan is, anyway, to talk to Joel. And then we'll be on Radio Row. So the world is kind of our oyster. We have not set up a lot of interviews ahead of time. We're sort of in like flexibility mode. Like, we're going to wait and see who's there, maybe play the field a little bit, kind of see what happens.
Kind of flirt.
A little flirting.
Flirting.
Yeah. And then we've got more to go out and just...
And then we'll unleash the sound hound.
Right.
And she'll just be sniffing around the aisles and the hallways. And
you want to come on with Brock and Salk? Yeah, exactly. So the sound Saluki's going to go do her thing.
Creepy.
Yeah, maybe. All right, don't sniff at the guests, Maura.
Yeah.
Don't sniff at the potential
Just be your
guests.
elegant Saluki self.
Yes.
Yes, there you go.
All right. So, I don't know. We'll see. Who did you say?
I'll have you know that you guys got it to the point where we're getting emails from coworkers at night about the Westminster Dog Show and the Saluki placing 4th.
Was robbed, by the way. The Saluki was robbed.
Arlene emailed Salk and I last night, like, Maura finished 4th.
Yeah, the Saluki was robbed. Absolutely unfair. Saluki should have done better.
Who ended up
I don't think they're at the winner yet. I think
they're
they're still working their way up to the winner, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Gertie didn't want to watch.
Oh no, the Afghan Hound got first.
Oh, really?
Oh.
She sent us the results.
Mm-hmm.
I know all dogs are beautiful, but Afghan Hounds are tough for me. Like, that's a tough look.
Really?
They're not beautiful dogs, in my view. That's an opinion, not a fact, and all dogs are great. I don't know.
I'm happy to look it up. Oh, wow. Really tiny head compared to the body
Yeah.
size.
They're
And,
kinda,
like really long, fluffy ears.
they're kind of ugly.
Hmm.
I'm not a big Afghan Hound
What
fan.
is that?
I know. It's really hard to imagine
It
how
looks like
bad.
a little head on Cousin It's body.
Yeah, it's a mess.
That's
it's
a
not.
good description.
It's not my. And they're kind of big and. It's not my thing. Okay, Brock, every day we've been going through our favorite things about the Seahawks. I had one yesterday, so it's your turn. Something Brock loves about the Seahawks, and it's one of those words I always associate with Brock. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Starting tomorrow with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 7. And bonus coverage from 7 to 9.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
All right, with my friends at Tila, I'm talking to all of you that have any mortgage needs, but in particular, if you're 62 or older this morning and you're sitting in a situation where you got a lot of equity in your home and you want to pull some cash out, but you don't want to do the refinance or HELOC, you really don't want to go through the process of selling your home, what should you do? Brock Heward here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve, I'll tell you that. And to me, you kind of got three options. Number one, you can go about selling your home. Number two, you can dig into the HELOC or refinance. Or number three, you really study this reverse mortgage. Tila's done the analysis, and they believe that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way, especially for seniors, to get cash out of their home without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? I don't think so. Give them a call today and let them compare. Tila, T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call this morning, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Insurance, property taxes, borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 247-2046.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
5 days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, let's see. Daniel Jeremiah coming up in 30 minutes, Brock. This is so fun. So much fun when all this stuff is going on at once, right? You got the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, and all right, media day was not necessarily for me last night, but I know a lot of people enjoy it, and it is cool to have your own team in there, although it does point out, like, oh, they're really starting from scratch.
Right.
Right? I mean, once you get beyond all of the sort of silly gags and all that stuff, right? Jimmy Kimmel's got his people there and all the Barstool stuff. Like, once you get beyond all that, most of the questions are like, hey, start at the beginning.
Yep.
Right? Like, tell me about the Seahawks. Tell me about Mike McDonald. Tell me about Sam Darnold. Let's get to know them. And you realize, like, oh, okay, well, we already know all that. Like, we've sort of done, we've gone through all that already, and we're kind of on to the next stage of examining this team and why they are where they are. So maybe that's
because
why
they weren't in prime time a lot this year.
It's true.
Right? They were 60-1 odds to win the Super Bowl, kind of like the other team in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
The other team happens to be in a big market and it's got unbelievable legacy, and it's been in this game over and over and over and over. But when Tom Rinaldi and Aaron Andrews and Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady come on our show the last couple weeks, and Burkhardt had to take a hall pass because he had to really dig in and study this team, that tells you a little something. They weren't on the national radar. Right? They weren't the team that's talked about. They did play a lot of afternoon windows that, aren't grabbed by the whole country. So this is kind of a period of discovery, and has been the last few weeks, to really get to know this team.
Mm-hmm.
And shouldn't be terribly shocking. Now, next year at this time, if they're back there, you're probably going to have a half dozen primetime games next year.
You would think. Certainly, if they win the Super Bowl, I would imagine that's gonna up the ante on the number of primetime events the Seahawks have next year. Well, while they are discovering the Seahawks essentially anew, we've been trying to dive a little deeper. And just going through some of our favorite things about this team, Brock.
Yeah, and last night I had seen a tweet that I apologize, someone had put out that talked about the construction of this roster. And I was like, is that right? This team has 16, as far as their kind of active 53. And it's a little hard exercise because numbers move around a little bit, and we know how many contributions have come off that ready squad. But if you kind of looked at the 53-man active roster for last game against the Rams, You realize that 16 of them, almost a third of the roster, were undrafted players. And it just like, and now not all by the Seahawks, right? These are veterans that were other places as well. So not all of them started their career, obviously, with the Seahawks. Like Rashid Shaheed was an undrafted rookie free agent out of Utah State. Drake Thomas was an undrafted rookie out of North Carolina State. Like starters, Jalen Sandell was one of your own. Undrafted rookie free agent from North Dakota State. Like 16 of your 53 were undrafted. And you know what I love about this team? And I'll compare it to the 2013 team. Look, I did a little homework last night on my manila folder.
Nice work.
And my little Sharpie pen. So I'm going to go buy a new. I got to go buy a new box of these Sharpies. Have it ready for Super Week down there, Salky. I went and compared it to the 2013 team, and there's a couple things that stand out. So you have 16 undrafted guys. That 2013 team had 19. 19. So even a few more, and even more prominent starters in Baldwin and Curse and Michael Bennett and Chris Clemens, and that kind of brought a lot of that roar, a lot of that edge. It wasn't just the top end guys. It wasn't just the loud guys, but KJ and Sherm and Cam, they also were later round picks. Like it really did create that boulder on the shoulder. This crew got 16 of them, but that's not what we feel with this crew. And I think this is why, because on the other end of that, so if that's one end of the spectrum of roster construction, there's all the undrafted guys. How about the top tier talent? On the other end of it, this team has got 16 first and second rounders. Like in college football, you'd call that like 4 stars, 4 stars and 5 stars, right? Versus the 0 stars. This team's got 16 first and second rounders. So just as many first and second rounders on the top end as they do the guys on the other end. That 2013 team, they only had 9. Only had 9 first and second round kind of guys. So obviously all 7 of your first rounders are all starters. That's Spoon, that's Murph, that's Leo, that's Darnold, that's JSN, that's Zabel, that's Cross, that's blue chip and paying big dividends of it. But you also got a bunch of second rounders, a lot of them. K9 and Jaron Reed and DeMarcus Lawrence and Nicky Manwari. Like,
Mafe and
yes, Mafe and Hall and Nwosu.
Charbonnet.
Yes. Other than like Arroyo and Locke, everybody else really of those 16 all play prominent roles on this
Arroyo
team.
played a role, maybe not a prominent one, but he played a decent role over the course of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a rookie, he got his feet wet. But as far as prominent roles, like 14 of those 16 first and second rounders. And yeah, that team, that's where it was kind of different than the other crew. That other crew was built in the 3rd, in the 5th, in the 6th, right? And I just referenced a bunch of those names, and you'd add, Russell Wilson obviously to that list. So just kind of looking at the diversity of this one and blending together those undrafted guys with the top tier talent, but doing it seamlessly. I was doing a national hit. And this is something we felt from Kevin and from Tom. And I know I'll see Tarico on Thursday. I hope to get out to the Seahawk practice. I know Brian Baldinger, when he got close to this team, Salk, that team had like a brotherhood. And you'd hear that a lot, right? But they fought like brothers sometimes. There was an edgy, there was sparks, there was a brotherhood. This team's got just a real high care factor for one another. And I do think it's built out of some of that, of having these guys on the top end of it that are just some of your most selfless guys, as I rattled off those names.
Yeah, I think I could also argue they're guys that are living up to it. One thing that you've always told me can be a real challenge in a locker room is, hey, this guy's only playing because they're a 1st or 2nd round pick.
That's exactly
Versus,
right.
hey, I'm a 4th or 5th rounder and I've earned it, but oh well, I don't get a shot because they got to keep giving this dude his opportunities that he hasn't deserved or earned.
That's right.
And you don't have that problem here. I mean, which of those guys would you make an argument like, oh, they don't really deserve their spot? None. I mean, 0. Everyone who is at the top, I mean, and then when there have been opportunities to, where folks have kind of, pushed their way in through the door, they've gotten playing time.
Yep.
You've seen Drake Thomas, right? You've seen Ty Okada. You've seen Josh Jobe. Like, those guys have found ways to play.
Yep.
So I think that's got to help as well.
On the undrafted side of it, 100%. And I guess just kind of big picture, another thing that I love is this just has great balance. This is not out of whack. There's a great mix of age. There's a great mix of just kind of, I was listening to Cliff Averill on that Get Got podcast, and he talked about capitalism in the end kind of ruining the thing, right? Like, just everybody wanting theirs, wanting their money, and wanting their credit and everything else, and we kind of watch that fall apart. I love this structure. You kind of have everything. You also have mid-rounders. Cooper Kupp was a third-rounder way back when. Abe Lucas, who we'll talk to in an hour, third-rounder. Ernest Jones was a third-rounder. Bradford's a fourth-rounder. Barner's a fourth-rounder. Kobe Bryant's a fourth-rounder. Julian Love was a fourth-rounder. Like, you got this whole spectrum and this whole mix, and you put it all together, man, it is a kaleidoscope of one healthy culture.
Pretty darn cool. All right, Washington's biggest night out for sports is almost here. Brock 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards. Big star-studded event, bringing together the athletes and the icons behind our favorite teams, the unforgettable moments. You can be a part of history. Cast your vote for the men's and women's sports stars of the year, representing the best of Washington sports. You can also vote for the sports story of the year. Voting open right now through February 14th. Go to seattlesports.org and make your voice heard. The winners will be announced live at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. That is Friday, March 13th. So don't miss out. Vote now and be a part of that celebration. Daniel Jeremiah coming up in 20. We'll give you everything you need to know, including all the details of the Mariners' big trade they made yesterday. What does it mean for this team? That's next on Brock and Salk.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Starting tomorrow with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 7. And bonus coverage from 7 to 9.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Well, our football boys will be off today, and then they will hit the practice field tomorrow. And over the course of the week, I promise you, between the two teams, we will be talking about injuries because, well, that's a part of football, and especially professional football. You get banged up, a lot of trauma. But I know a bunch of you wake up this morning, this Tuesday, and you got painful joints, your shoulder, your back, your hip, your knee, painful joints from arthritis, and it affects you. It makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, that is where he and his team are ready for your phone call. 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000. If your pain is getting in the way of your quality of life, please reach out to Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 3 decades of experience in pain medicine techniques. Yeah, you know what that means? That means his tool bag, it's loaded. He's not one of these just jump aboard the regenerative medicine train lately. This has been his passion and his heart since he started in medicine. Stem cell therapy, PRP, he has all the tools to eliminate your pain. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life and enjoying your life. Give Dr. Nelson a call, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Esta canción que canto, amigos, es una más.
Experience the iconic Mexican music group Bronco at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Saturday, February 28th at 8 p.m. They've sold more than 20 million albums and performed for audiences all over the world. Now Bronco is bringing their modern take on regional Mexican sound live to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Tickets are on sale now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Forget Cloud 9. We're headed to Cloud 10 with prizes up to $10,000 in cash. Hearts will be racing every Saturday night in February as 2 lovely winners are drawn every hour from 6:30 till 10:30. Will you be one of Cupid's cash board winners? Visit daily to claim your free entry and find out. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Adrian here from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Winter might seem like an odd time to replace your windows, but now is when you get the best deals. Our Leak Armor installation team will keep your home warm and dry while installing beautiful, new energy-efficient windows. You'll feel the difference right away. Quieter rooms, lower energy bills, and a more comfortable home.
Visit Lake Washington Windows and Doors at the home shows to get 20% off, plus 12 months, same as cash financing. Or go to lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners make their big deal yesterday, acquiring Brendan Donovan from the Cardinals. It's a 3-team deal. They give up Ben Williamson, Jurangelo Sancha, Ty Pete, and a competitive balance B pick in the process. And they get back second baseman, third baseman, right fielder, left fielder, who more than anything, as Ryan Divish says, just fits what they needed.
It was such a good fit, especially when Jorge Polanco signed with the Mets. You look at what Donovan can do. You know, the left-handed bat can bat probably at the top of the order. They'll probably bat him leadoff. I mean, he's got a .361 career on-base percentage. So to us, it was basically the Mariners were always going to offer to make the trade for him. It was whether or not somebody like the Giants or the Red Sox stepped in and had maybe a better offer. And like you said, once Luis Reis went to the Giants, we were just kind of waiting for the Donovan thing to happen this week.
Is he kind of the Melanson hit collector equivalent? He's just kind of a hit collector, right?
No. I don't know if I would describe it that way.
What are you huffing and puffing
Oh,
about?
dude, give me a break. I'm trying so hard not to just cough the entire show. Like, come on. Just be nice. Just have a little sympathy and support. Maura was so nice yesterday. She got me a medicine ball from Starbucks, unsolicited, didn't ask. She just came in with a nice hot tea for me, which was so nice of her.
Way to go.
I was thinking about it last night, how nice it was. I almost texted you, Maura, last night just to say thank you again, because it was such a nice offer and a nice gesture. And what does Brock do? He just mean to me every time. I can't help myself but cough because.
No, I love it.
No, you don't. I don't love it. It hurts. It's painful. This guy's got a .361 on base percentage for his career.
He was an all-star last year, Salt. Look at that lineup now. Put him at the top of that lineup and getting on base, and look at what it does to kind of even the rest of it out and put Randy back down in a more comfortable position. This just is he wrote in your email last night. This is what contending teams do.
Yeah,
this is a move you make.
So you're looking at Donovan hitting leadoff, Lyle. Second, you're going to probably hit Cal. then Julio. Maybe go the other way around, whatever you like. Okay. Naylor's going to hit 4th. Randy's probably going to hit 5th. So you're kind of going righty-lefty there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then your 6 hitters probably your DH.
Honestly, the easiest way to probably frame it is JP will hit 9 and the 3 in the middle will be or 6, 7, 8 will be interchangeable.
Right. So that's going to be some combination of Canzone and Ref Snyder at DH, some combination of Rayleigh and Robles in right field, and some combination of Cole Young or Leo Rivas, or maybe even occasionally Ryan Bliss at second base. And that's kind of, or Colt Emerson slides in there. That's kind of what you're looking at. I mean, that's a lineup that's very stacked on top and has some real interesting potential in the middle.
A whole lot more contact and a whole lot less strikeout rate than anything we have seen going into a season.
All you contact people are going to be so excited by all of the contact the Mariners are going to make.
So excited.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks, Patriots meeting with the media last night, Brock. They got to all of the important issues.
Just an app that I came across randomly, and I love it. It's awesome when we have some birds that chirp in our backyard, and I'm kind of curious, like, oh, what is that? So it's nice to have an app that tells me exactly what it is. That's all it is. I'm not like every single day going outside and checking the bird app, but it is fun, if a bird makes a noise, to be able to just pull out my phone and figure out what it is.
It's just Sam Darnold and his bird app.
Sure.
He's kind of got, maybe he's
somewhere Kyle, if he's driving in or he's sitting in his office, just disgusted.
Is Sam Darnold a certified bird nerd?
Could he not look like, if you were climbing up Mount Si, like blue jeans and hiking boots, would he not look like a bird nerd? Binoculars around his neck?
I don't know. Cecily knows a couple certified bird nerds, and it sounds like maybe Sam Darnold is their patron saint, just based on that. I'm not going to play any more Sound from Media Day, because most of it was things you already know.
You saw Sam and his fiance at the picnic table about halfway up Mount Si.
Oh, yeah?
Binoculars.
Just hanging out, doing bird nerd things.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Stop making me laugh.
Uncrustables.
Would you stop making me laugh? It really hurts. It really hurts my chest.
Little canteen.
Really in pain. Let's see. Everybody had to address the Seahawks sale stuff last night. I played you the Roger Goodell. Brock, Seth Wickersham was on the station yesterday.
Come at me, Seth.
This may have been directed at you.
It was a lot of work to try to learn what we could about it and get a story that we felt comfortable running. And so the Patriots had nothing to do with that story, I know. So the idea that they're passing scoops out to me is kind of ridiculous, even more so than just the idea that they would do it to try to distract the Seahawks before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, just ridiculous.
Well, I think what he's saying is that his sources there aren't that good anymore, that he's not the person they would choose after the book he wrote. Will you please make up with Seth Wickersham? I know you talked to Brady, but because Seth is great. We like having him on the show.
Yes.
We know that he's a really good reporter. We've talked about that over and over again. Will you find a way to find him please?
Fine.
And do a good job, not like with Kyle Seager. Do a better job of making up with him, please. As usual,
I did a good job with Seager.
I have to be the voice of reason,
I did a good
helping
job
Brock
with Seager.
deal with all of these people that he's made angry over
I just
the years.
never got to Seager's wife to really mend the fences.
All right.
Yeah.
He did also weigh in, Wickersham did, on who could be a potential owner. I thought this was interesting.
So the NFL keeps a very confidential list. To my knowledge, even Roger Goodell doesn't have access to it. But it keeps a confidential list of people who have been vetted. Should these teams come open, to help expedite the process so it's not exactly like an open bidding situation, the NFL has its rules and regulations that it wants people to abide by, potential owners. I don't know who it's going to be. We'll see. I think that certainly it's going to be a record price, I think. And I don't know how much of a record it'll be. We tend to kind of throw billions of dollars around, and maybe billionaires do too. I can't see it. I saw some people say that they thought it might go for $10 billion. I can't see that. But who knows? We'll see.
What about our buddy down there? What about our buddy down there?
Steve Ballmer.
Developers. It's not that great with the Clippers.
Does that feel like something the NFL wants to do? Does he feel like an NFL owner to you?
Can you imagine his pits with Schneider's?
I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but that doesn't feel like the direction the NFL is going to go. Just my gut.
Yeah.
Just my gut. All right, that's everything you need to know, huh?
What about Jeff?
Is that something he's wanted to do? It doesn't seem like he's ever really gone in that direction of wanting anything like that. So, I mean, obviously he's got the money for it. Both of them do, if they wanted to. And, you know, if a price is $7-8 billion, as we've heard suggested, I mean, maybe. But I don't know. Neither one strikes me as an NFL owner. Whenever I think of NFL ownership, I've played you this cut before. I always think of the scene in Billions, if you've ever watched it. Great show, love it. And the billionaire Axe is trying to become an NFL owner, and I love the way they describe NFL and sports ownership.
The NFL is turning you down. I asked for the favor of telling you myself.
They're really going to walk away from the highest bid?
Sports franchises are how we knight people in this country. And you're not royalty. You're a robber baron.
Yeah, they don't like him because he's a hedge fund guy. And I think obviously the sports leagues have made some exceptions for hedge fund guys over the years. But I do think that's an accurate portrayal, right?
Yeah.
That's sort of how we knight people.
Yeah, it's a co-op, and they and the other powerful owners do play a role, and kind of who they want in their co-op.
If you weren't born into the club 50, 75 years ago, you better pass the muster if you want to get into the club, because they don't let just anybody in. You can ask one gentleman who tried to move a team from Sacramento to Seattle. They did not have any interest in allowing him to be knighted and a part of their club in the NBA. Daniel Jeremiah is a huge part of our club. He's our knight in shining armor. He joins us next.
Have we knighted him?
Maybe we've ignited him. I don't know. He's next on Brock and Salk.
There's only one Steve Rabel.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
He takes insight to another level. Shoot, the man played the game.
There's an old picture, two farmers sitting on a wooden fence. Each has a sock filled with cow manure, and they're swinging at each other to see who falls off the fence first. But that's what this felt like.
The only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Super Bowl. Sunday, kickoff at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Gear up for the big game at Simply Seattle. Shop official Seahawks playoffs gear and custom Simply original designs. Shop in-store or online and enter to win a $1,000 shopping spree now at simplyseattle.com.
Olympic Hot Tub celebrates Seattle's star team with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Champion-level wellness at winning savings on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges through Sunday. Go to olympichottub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
The only place to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Can you believe it?
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
See your favorite Seattle Mariners up close at the Peoria Sports Complex. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona to celebrate an AL West championship and the beginning of another great season for your Mariners. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, great food, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Support your 2026 Seattle Mariners in Arizona for what promises to be another exciting season. Get your tickets at peoriabaseball.com.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
He's Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he's really, really good.
And he's with Brock and Salk every week during the NFL season.
He could win an MVP.
Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business.
It's time for the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
Best in the business, and he joins us on Tuesdays during the football season, so we've only got one more after today. DJ, how we doing?
Well, we maximized it. We absolutely maximized our opportunities to hang out together, and I couldn't be more grateful. It's been, it really has been a highlight for me. I look forward to it every week, and I'm looking forward to recapping this thing next week and see how it goes.
Well, thank you. We would say the same thing. Jokes aside, it's just been awesome, and I feel like we've learned a lot and love all of the insight that we've gotten over the course of this year and last year as well, and already looking forward to doing it next year and leading up to the draft and all that stuff. So since we're all talking lovey-dovey, Brock and I have been doing this little exercise where every day one of us comes up with one of our favorite things about these Seahawks. And it's a surprisingly easy exercise. Like every day, like, oh, well, this is one of my favorite things. So let me throw it at you, even though you didn't get any time to prep for it. Give me one of your favorite things about the Seahawks team.
Without question, top of mind, energy. Like, I think there's such good energy with this team, and especially on the defensive side of the ball. And some of that comes from the environment and playing that home environment up there in Seattle. But the rest of it is like, you've got guys who bring so much juice and so much energy. And I think everybody feeds off of one another. It's up front. You see it with Lawrence. You see it all the way throughout. Even Wari brings a ton of defense. Witherspoon is a total, fire starter with the energy he brings. I think that one of the key components of great defenses is that you have that kind of dynamic energy that just kind of builds and grows.
32 teams will get to the combine and get to around the draft. And I'll say the same thing, DJ. and that is, man, we need to find guys that love ball. Right, that it's just in there. Pete said it, and John said it the first time they built this thing. Mike and John will say it. Right, we just got to find a way to just, our whole 1 through 70 guys that just love ball. How have they done it? How have they done it? Maybe with all those names you already referenced, from your perspective, everybody's looking to do that. How have they done it seemingly, and John done it now seemingly twice?
Well, I think I use that. I love that phrase, care factor. Finding guys who have a high care factor, and you do that a couple different ways. One of which is, you'd say, okay, to know if a guy loves football, I need to talk to this person or that person. I can go back and point through my notes watching Witherspoon in the draft process and tell you this guy plays with a passion and an energy and a fire that I can tell he is absolutely in love with football. So some of that stuff shows up on the actual tape with how they play. You can even see it in terms of, offensive players after turnovers, like who's sprinting to try and make the tackle, who has a high care factor, even on something like that. You watch guys that rush PATs as defensive linemen after you've given up a long touchdown drive, and guys who are playing with effort and want to there. So there's ways you can do it, by watching the tape. But then also, I just think being around these guys, the more times you can be around them, the ability to Zoom with these players more than you that didn't exist long ago. You spend more time with your coaches and you can see how they're handling the homework assignments that you're giving them. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, but obviously, I don't know their specific path, but it's working, to say the least.
You think that's why they have such good special teams?
Oh, absolutely. I think special teams is speed and want to. Like, you find the great special teams, there's guys that play really, really fast, and there's an incredible desire and want to out of those players. I think that's always been a key component. I used to have to do that exercise when I started out in the league. I used to have to do the special teams advance reports every week. And so you just kind of got a chance to see who the better special teams players were. A lot of times those guys who started out in those roles, ended up growing into, bigger roles. I remember James Harrison was hell on wheels as a special teamer. Before he got a full-time role. But there's easy to see guys who can really run and guys who really want to be out there.
What's DJ's Super Bowl look like? You're locked in.
Dude.
You're locked in the closet.
Putting together
right
his
now.
new desk from IKEA, I think.
Dude, you should see this thing. I'm in my daughter's. It's actually a guest room now, and you see like the pictures of my daughter in here. This desk is this much. My shoulders are here. The desk goes to about here.
Yeah.
Like maybe.
We got to do something about the lighting in there. You look like you have a black eye. It looks like somebody punched you in the left eye. Yeah, see, when you turn, it's fine.
Oh, like right here?
Yeah. You look like you got
no.
You didn't get punched? No. Okay, good. I was
worried
worried about you.
I just have a lamp on this side over here, so I think I'm lit over here.
You look
a little darker over
like
there.
Jerry Seinfeld after he went scuba diving in that Seinfeld episode down in Florida, and he gets the pressure under his eyes. I was getting concerned.
Can I give you my 3 keys, by the way, real quick? Because I was just thinking about this morning with you guys, and I wanted to hit it. So I was like, okay, I go back to, and I think we may have used this analogy before, but the high school basketball coach that has the whiteboard and just says, if we do these 3 things, we win the game. And so I was thinking about it from a Seahawks perspective, and after watching some tape on and going back through the Patriots, I wrote down these 3 things. Limit May's legs, so just don't let him beat you as a runner. Locate Milton. Like, you cannot let Milton Williams beat you. That's the one matchup I think that heavily favors them across the board, is just him on Bradford. So give him help. Don't let him get isolated. If the Patriots were to win the game, Milton Williams would be the MVP. That would be my power statement. And then so it's limit May's legs, locate Milton, and then the last thing I wrote was long field. If this game is played consistently with a long field for both teams, then Seattle wins this game 10 times out of 10. The only way, in my opinion, they lose this game is if they give New England a bunch of short fields.
So who is Milton Williams? From a Seahawks perspective, we know our guys so well, and our audience knows them so well. Is he a mix of Murphy? Is he a young Jaron Reed? Who is Milton Williams?
To be honest with you, to put it in Seahawks parlance, he reminds me a little bit of Michael Bennett. He's got incredible quickness, and you can isolate him on guards. He can also, they'll do 2 different things. They'll put him like in a 4-eye, so just inside of the tackle, and that gives him a little bit of a runway on a guard. When he's in that alignment, he has got a little space. He gets up to speed real quick, and then he can bowl you right back to the quarterback. When he's a little more tightly aligned, he's got an unbelievable feel to get a guard leaning. So in other words, it's a hard step to the left. He'll get him on his outside foot, and then he'll cross his face. He's really, really a dynamic athlete. So, and he's, he was really good in Philadelphia in some big games and going through their Super Bowl run. He kind of likes this stage. That is the one guy, to me, you have to focus on him and do not let him get isolated and beat you up.
Rewind a couple weeks back when your season, the team that you cover and you call and you travel and you watch, those Chargers lost in the wild card round in Foxborough. If you could go back to leaving the booth, getting on the bus, being on the plane, being around the coaches, hearing the players, what was the takeaway? What was the sentiment after that loss?
Yeah, I mean, I think defensively they felt pretty good. I don't think they'd given up a touchdown until later in the fourth quarter. I think they felt like they had a good plan. They got to Drake May a lot. They got the ball on the ground. I think they felt like that was their expectation. They would be able to do that, and I thought they executed it pretty well. Really, it was just that's where some of those thoughts come from. May had a couple long runs, which got him some points, but defensively fine. Offensively, I thought they got really, really sped up. And I think they, instead of taking some easy things, I think they made life a little hard on themselves by not just taking checkdowns, taking layups, getting 6, 7, 8 yards. They were trying to hunt downfield a little bit, and the Chargers' offensive line was not in a position to be able to hold up.
570 with a good point. If Milton Williams is Michael Bennett, do you neutralize him with a hard count? Try to make sure he jumps off sides a lot, or sort of.
He had a few of those.
Might be his big weakness in life.
He does have bigger shoulder pads. I will say that.
So does everybody. Yeah, I think so do a
well,
lot
I
of the
say shoulder pads.
Yeah, a lot of the women's suits from the '80s, I think, had bigger shoulder pads as well.
Delta Burke had bigger shoulder pads.
All right, that's funny. Take me back to these 3 keys: limit Drake May's legs, find Milton Williams, and make sure it's a long field. I think I know how you make sure it's a long field. That makes sense. Yeah. Don't turn the ball over, right? Your kicking game's got to be good. Punting game's got to be good. I think we all understand how that works. How do you limit Drake May's legs, and how do you find and
locate, Salk? It's alliteration. Locate.
There was a lot of L's there, Brock. Yes. Thank you for appreciating that.
I do.
I see it now.
Totally butchering my work over there.
I see it now. I see
well,
it.
It's because I take notes, DJ, and he doesn't.
I literally took notes. It just I wrote Williams, not locate. So all right.
Limit, locate, long. It's very simple. Triple L.
How do you do the first 2 things?
Yeah, to me, with limiting May's legs, I don't think, and they've been able to do this throughout the year, I don't think they need to send extra rushers to get to Drake May. I don't. You can dress it up however you want. If you want to put more guys on the line of scrimmage, they're going to be able to get home with 4. I went through and watched the sacks from Drake May in just in the playoffs. And Will Campbell's got a lot of blood on his hands, but he's not the lone culprit there. Like, there are matchups up and down that line that heavily favor the Seahawks to be able to get pressure. I don't think they need to dedicate extra bodies. So having somebody on that second level that's just always aware and looking for the escape route for Drake and being able to take that away, they've got plenty of guys capable of doing that. So that, to me, is the key. I don't think you want to get too over aggressive and send a bunch of extra rushers. So that's how you limit the legs.
Simple question. Zone defense helps, right, as opposed to man defense?
Yeah, you got all the eyes on the quarterback. Yeah. You're not selling out. You're not, playing cover 0 and sending the house, and you got no eyes on the quarterback. It's just being aware of where he is and taking that away. I think it's being a little more disciplined in your rush too. When you play a quarterback that can run, you don't want to get caught up the field. So you want to stay at that level or stay underneath it. So I think that's something that they can accomplish easily because of the personnel that they have. And then the other one is just, they're smart over there. They're well coached. They're going to try and find ways by putting a bunch of guys up there to get protection going away from Milton Williams and to try and isolate him. That gets a little over my pay grade in terms of how much you can, control that based off of the pre-snap looks that you're getting. But I think just having a keen awareness of especially when he's out, inside of the tackle, knowing that you're getting ready to more than likely see a power rush and being able to try and close that distance, get to him and try and anchor on him. If you give him a big runway when that alignment, any guard's going to have a hard time anchoring in there.
Yeah, don't worry, DJ. Jeff Saturday was with us yesterday. He did a great job talking about.
Oh, nice.
He was some next level fun. So he's such a great guy and so fun to talk some of that offensive line play with. So how does Josh McDaniels' 10th Super Bowl appearance, 10 out of 60, 1/6 of every
crazy.
Super Bowl has seen Joshy Boy, as John Clayton used to endearingly, or maybe non-endearingly call.
I don't think there was anything endearing about it, but yes.
How does Joshy Boy's 10 Super Bowls? How does that play a role, if any, Sunday afternoon?
I think it's got to be helpful, right? I mean, I think to me, it's kind of getting a quarterback to settle into the game. Don't lose the game, but before you have a chance to win it. I think that's probably something when you've been in those games many times as he has, of the understanding the importance of just kind of settling in and let the game kind of come to you. But I mean, in terms of strategically, I don't know. I think it'd be more about just the nerves of a second-year quarterback and being able to kind of calm him down.
Did you like Drake coming out in that class of all those guys? What do you remember your pecking order and ranking with Caleb and Jaden and Drake and Bo and Michael and JJ? And what was he, your second or third?
He was my second. So I had Caleb, then I had Drake, then I had Jaden. And I'm going to pull up my notes for you.
Yeah, look at you. You're just in the bunker, aren't you? You're just in the bunker.
Dude, I told my wife, I've called this. My wife's like, where are you going? I'm going Office 2.0. So I'm in here in the other office. Big and tough and athletic. He can drive the seam. There's a lot. The offense, one of the reasons it was tough to watch his tape, because there's a ton of immediate pressures and no answers in the offense that he played in. His delivery can get a little bit long at times, which you can attack. And I just, this is just in my notes on my actual summary. And I just said, I wrote ultra competitive. And you forget he's 6'4" and 3/8, 223 pounds. He's a big guy. And that offense that he played in was not great. He did not have a lot around him his last year.
Hey, who is their Anthony Bradford? We've heard you talk about Bradford
Will
75
Campbell.
throughout the year, like some of the issues. Who is the Patriots' Anthony Bradford?
Yeah, Will Campbell. He's a rookie, the first round pick. He's, much was made about his arm length. And then I know people get all frustrated and think that scouting is dumb and what's a half an inch here, an inch there. His lack of length has shown up a bunch, especially against the defenses he's seen in the postseason. Guys have been able to edge him. They've been able to, the bigger power rushers have been able to get to his chest and power him back. So that's been an issue. Morgan Moses is, mid-30s vet on the right side, who's, you're not going to get him through the chest as much. He's a big, strong, powerful guy, but he's not real quick-footed. So I think you're probably better off powering Will Campbell, and I think you can use a little more speed on the other side against Morgan Moses. And they're not great at picking up twists. So there's a lot of reasons there. I mean, I was looking through it in the season. I mean, they were 23rd in sacks allowed. They were 26th in QB pressures. So. I mean, it's been a leaky group.
I was talking to Brock earlier. We were going through upsets, right? Like if the Seahawks are to lose, it would be a bit of an upset. Maybe not historic, but it would be an upset. And so we're trying to think of the biggest upsets of our lifetime. And there have been a few. It's like, half a dozen maybe,
Giants,
right?
Patriots.
Giants, Patriots, Rams the first time. Maybe Seahawks, Broncos, if you want to throw that one in there. I mean, there have been a couple like that. There are a few others that we talked about. But almost all of them, at least to my memory, the one common theme was the favorite was a tremendous high-powered offense, usually throwing the ball all over the place, put up a ton of yards and points over the course of the season, and they ran up against a team with a dominant or significantly underrated defensive line that caused them enormous problems through pressure over the course of the game.
I can remember getting ready for the Chiefs-Bucks Super Bowl and looking at that getting ready for that game and seeing all the flash and all the explosiveness of that Chiefs offense at that time, but then looking at their tackles. And then after having watched the edge rushers from Tampa, and I remember picking Tampa in that game saying they can't block them. They have no chance of blocking those edge rushers. You can go through it. The Giants beating the undefeated Patriots. I mean, they put Strahan inside over the guard, and they couldn't block him the whole game. So that's always been to me like one of the if you just strip everything else away, if you can't block their guys up front, I don't care how what the stats say or who's the favorite, what Vegas thinks. Like if you can't block them, good luck.
So which team in this Super Bowl has a better chance of blocking the other team's front four?
Yeah, to me, I think it's without question that Seattle has more rushers and the Patriots have more holes. So there's a very narrow path. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If the Patriots win this game, Milton Williams is going to be the MVP because that's the one that slides to their favor. Whereas Seattle, that group, there's 4, 5 guys, 6 guys that can win their one-on-ones. If you were to stack up the matchup and say, who would you take, this pass rusher versus this blocker, there is a boatload of matchups that favor Seattle.
So how do we take in the Super Bowl Sunday? What do we do in the Jeremiah house? As busy as you are in scouting season, and it's up against all the stuff you've got to do in the combine right around the corner, how does the Jeremiah family take in the Super Bowl?
Well, the Jeremiah family gets to stay at home and have a nice, meal. I'm sure my wife will have like a lot of good stuff out for everybody. The Jeremiah father, i.e. me, is at NFL Network doing a halftime show, which I believe is 20 minutes long, where we don't have rights to show video. So if you want to watch Bad Bunny, knock yourself out, enjoy the heck out of that show. But if you want to watch me and Rhett Lewis without access to any highlights, talk about the first half for 20 minutes, we would love to have you join.
Just out of curiosity, what's the contractual agreement that caused you to have to do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to be a good soldier.
Team player, just a team player.
That is being a pretty good team player.
That's painful.
That is.
I mean, I was joking around with somebody the other day. Like, you got to be on your best behavior. They're going to assign me to the outdoor games. Now this merger is going.
How does the NFL not have the rights to air highlights of an NFL game?
I think it's because they pay so much money to get the Super Bowl that they're not going to take away anything from them for that. So there's nobody else that can do that,
including the NFL.
Yeah, that's
think about what we're saying here.
Now we've really pissed Salk off.
Well, I'm not mad about it at all. My mind is sort of blown. I mean,
You'll be surprised though, because I think I've done this for him.
I'm now definitely watching this, by the way.
But yes, what's funny is like we show that LeBron tweeted, like boom, that we can throw tweets up on the screen.
Right.
That's
what if the tweet has some video from the game?
No.
Then you can't show. But then you're just like, oh, it's not the video; it's just the tweet.
No.
You can't even do that.
I told Rhett, because he's like taking notes all through the first half and stuff, because he's got to figure out things to talk about. I'm like, why don't you just get some animal crackers and just be like, here is Nick Emanwari, and then here's Drake May took off, but then he closed it, just kind of.
That would be hilarious.
Maybe some army men, some little army men, where we could reenact it that way.
You could do Transformers and GoBots, one on either side.
Yes. Dude, you'd be shocked when you see how many people watch it.
I bet. Well, because to be fair, the network, NBC's not going to be showing a lot of highlights. They're showing the halftime show. So if you aren't interested in the halftime show, and I've heard there's some level of controversy around it, if you're not interested in the halftime show, where are you going to go to get? There are no highlights anywhere else, so you've got to go somewhere. You go to find DJ on NFL Network.
There we go.
I made a mistake.
ESPN's usually showing Candlepin Bowling from 1984 during this. So where else are you going to go?
I made a mistake. I think it was last year or the year before. It was in the last couple of years where you're just sitting there on the couch trying to talk for 20 minutes. I mean, you guys obviously do it a lot longer than that. And I made an analogy of the game of this looks like, Apollo or something like Apollo Creed. And he had unfortunately just passed away.
Oh, jeez.
I was unaware of it. But this is when I knew a lot of people were watching because I got inundated with tweets of people saying hey, real sensitive, man. And I'm like, dude, I didn't know. I've been just watching college kids trying to get ready for the combine.
People want you to do the electric vibrating football game. What was that thing called? What was that thing called?
Stratocaster. What was it? Was it Stratomatic or something?
Stratomatic, I think sounds right. Yes. The Stratocaster obviously is a guitar. So, yeah, I think it's Stratomatic. You could have the little vibrating men cruising across the field, and then you could break down what happened.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. By the way, I heard you guys did you guys really fall for Damashek's bit on the must-win game? Because I had somebody text me and said you guys fell for that.
Oh, is that what that was? I don't know if we fell for it.
Dave Damashek, who I worked with in NFL Network forever, and he used to write for Kimmel and all that stuff. He's a comedian. And every year at the Super Bowl, he asks, "Is this a must-win game?" And every year the coach falls for it.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with everybody's wacky bits around media day. Yeah,
DJ, you think Salk likes? You think Salk likes Radio Row? You think he likes all the periphery? I have asked him, what kind of Salk am I going to get when we unite? And by the way, we're rooming together for the first time in 15 years. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're bunking together.
First time since the last Super Bowl.
King or two doubles? What do we got?
Good question. We're going to find out when we get there. I get in first, so we'll see.
I'm hoping California King just snuggle
Feel
up.
California King
He's
there,
got
yeah,
this great
snuggle up.
cough going right now. It's
Dude,
awesome.
by the way, I'll give you a quick story on that. I know you guys got to run, but my first time going on a road trip in the NFL, it was with the Ravens, and they brought the scouting staff. So I get to the hotel, and it's me and the other personnel assistants. He's like, "Hey, you grab the key." I grab the key. So we go go through the night, wake up the next morning. The travel secretary goes, "Hey, you never checked into your room." I'm like, "No, I checked in last night." He goes, "You guys, this is the NFL. You each have your own room." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know."
This is Seattle Sports Radio. We only got one for the two of us. We got to. Hey, how else can we pay DJ to come on here every week with all these extra appearances?
You guys didn't
throughout
budget for the playoff for the Super Bowl run, man.
That's why we can't afford to get our own room. All right, Mike.
Who does me for baseball? You guys got screwed
Jeff
on both
Passan.
sports this year.
Yeah, we got Jeff Passan.
Oh, yeah, that's money well spent.
It's been pretty, yeah. I mean, actually, yes. Both have been money well spent. Klatt, not so much, but the two of you guys have been really great.
Fair.
DJ, thank you. When we talk to you Tuesday, hopefully we're getting ready for a parade the next day. We'll see.
Yeah, look forward to it. Hey, enjoy the heck out of it.
Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. All right, there's Daniel Jeremiah. Mike Reis will take us inside the Patriots, Drake May's shoulder. And, gosh, when you hear DJ put it that way, Brock, I'm feeling really confident heading into this game. Maybe too confident. I don't know. Mike Reis, next on Brock and Salk.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco, starting tomorrow with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m., Bump and Stacy 10 to 2, Wyman and Bob 2 to 7, and bonus coverage from 7 to 9.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends down there in Kent at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. People Come First. And if you're tired of grilling in the cold and the rain every winter in the Pacific Northwest, well, with a patio cover, a heater, and a fireplace from PCF, like they built for us, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the winter. Take advantage as well right now of off-season savings through February 15th, less than 2 weeks. And you're going to get up to 10% off your entire project right now. But you got to hurry. That deal ends February 15th. And in that deal, you can also get 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter. But if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then you got to contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning permits can take a little time. So get started right now and don't wait on that 10% off deal until February 15th. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation, or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra. Redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
5 days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Tudor, Brock, that was the name of the company that made the vibrating football. Tudor, T-U-D-O-R. Tudor Vibrating Football.
Yeah.
So there you go. Stratomatic is like dice and that stuff. I think Lyle's right on that. Hey, let's go down to San Francisco. We'll be there later today. But Mike Reis of ESPN.com, longtime Patriots beat writer and truly one of the nicest people in this entire industry, is there already covering the Pats. And he's kind enough to take a few minutes with us. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Brock. Mike, I love how you said, like, long time. I'm so old that I was here when Damon was backing up at quarterback. So there you go. I love it. It's great to be on with you guys.
That's a quarter century, by the way. It's a quarter century ago.
That's right. That's right.
It was 24 years ago today that the Patriots won their first Super Bowl, and later that night, my wife and I started dating, if you want to use the word dating.
We have heard the story.
But now today, it's half our life. We're 48, Brock, so it's been half of our life as of today. Wow. So shout out to Heather. But we're wasting Mike Reis's time. Tell me what's going on with Drake May's shoulder. Is this a real thing? Is it something that's going to affect the game? Is this a little, like, Super Bowl intrigue? What is it?
Yeah, so it's definitely a real thing. If you watch the AFC Championship game, third quarter, 13-yard run, and he sort of slides a little awkwardly, lands on the right throwing shoulder with, Broncos defenders sort of pressing him down into the turf. So they get back to Massachusetts, and he's limited in the first practice they have, and then he doesn't practice at all the next day. So that's definitely a thing. And then I wedged myself in there, guys, last night to opening night. You know how crowded that gets. And that was my story. I'm like, okay, what's the latest? And he said he took his normal throws in practice yesterday, said he felt really good. And so I think, and he said he felt like he took a turn for the better sort of when he got to California. And so I think, I don't think it's going to be a huge factor, but I will say it has affected his participation in practice, and that's not nothing. So that's my view on the shoulder, Mike.
Compare and contrast 23-year-old Tom Brady and 23-year-old Drake May.
Oh, Brock, it's like, so the first thing, the contrast is, here's Drake, the number 3 overall pick, came in with the expectations versus Tom, 199, and sort of came out of nowhere, right? So, but and so that's the first thought I had. And then you just like brought back a memory to me where I was at opening night with Tom, and he was asked who his hero was, and he got emotional. Said it was his dad. And then Drake was asked the same question last night, and I thought to myself, oh my God, like it's like deja vu, and he said his older brothers. So those are a couple thoughts that come to mind. I mean, Drake physically, like the way he plays, it's different from Tom because of the factor with his legs, but it's the same in terms of the way he's sort of operating this Josh McDaniels offense. And then I think Tom had that, like when he went over that white line, it was like a switch turned, and I think Drake's still developing that. He's such a gentleman, and he's from North Carolina, and I think he's developing that killer instinct that I think Tom really had when he came into the league.
We just talked to Daniel Jeremiah a few minutes ago, and he had a lot on Milton Williams, who he says is, if the Patriots win, he says Milton Williams is going to end up being the MVP of this game. How good is he, and how do the Patriots like to use him?
So, Mike, I think it's amazing because usually you sign a 4-year, $104 million contract, the Patriots record, and my thought is like, oh, good luck meeting those expectations, right? Like, and he met him. So a couple things. How do they use him? He played 60% of the defensive snaps this year, and that accounts for missing 5 games. So let's say he was in those 5 games because he had an ankle injury. You're up at about 80%. So it just tells you how much he's on the field. Early in the year, they would move him around. I recall one game they put him into the C gap because they had studied the opposing team and realized their running game, they really liked runs in the C gap. So they moved Milton Williams there. And I say that as an example of how they use him as a chess piece based on how they view the opposition, and then just the pure pass rush, the ability to create penetration.
Wow. I know he's on his way to practice today. Oh, there we go. We got Mike back. There we go. All right.
Do we got you? Can you hear us, Michael?
I'm here.
Yeah, sorry. We lost you for just a moment.
Yeah, I lost you.
We got you back, though. It's all good.
How hard are you going to go tonight at the media party? You going hard tonight after all these Super Bowls you've experienced?
Brock, I don't even know if I'm going to go.
What?
I don't know if I'm going to go. I know.
Michael.
I know, Brock. I know. I'm going to have to rally.
How many Super Bowls have you covered?
The demands of the work.
How many Super Bowls have you covered for these Pats?
So specific to the Patriots, 9 of the last 10. I was covering the team in 2001 when they started, but I was at a smaller local paper, and we could only send one person, and I was number 2. So I missed that first one, but I've been at every one since.
What does the vibe of this one feel like to the fan base, to the community, my goodness gracious, if the Seahawks came out of nowhere in year 2 with Mike McDonald, to come from 4 wins to obviously this precipice, what's been the reaction in the market?
The reaction is, can you believe it? Like, that's really it. That sums it up. Can you believe this? It's been a tough couple years for the franchise. The transition from Bill Belichick was turbulent. And then an ill-advised decision, putting a good man in Gerard Mayo in an unwinnable situation. He wasn't ready for that job. They didn't support him enough. So you get 2 tough years, and then this year you're like, okay, if they can just be in it in December and, contend for a playoff berth, and that you see that the arrow is pointing up, that would be a successful season. And so now, here you are, you're in the Super Bowl, and I think everyone in New England is saying, Are you kidding me? And I think even the team themselves, if they're being honest with us, they would say this is way faster than they could have ever imagined it happening.
So why are they here? Like, what's the number one reason they're here?
So start with Vrabel and the culture. And I'm going to tell you guys, I spent a little time at Mike McDonald's podium last night at opening night. I mean, I felt like I was almost listening to a carbon copy of the Patriots, you know, the 12 as one that I heard about Seattle. You know, he had a couple buzzwords about the way they play. Same thing with Vrabel and the Patriots. It's an identity that they have created, that Vrabel leads, and it's about not just how they play, but who's in the building. Very calculated on who they sign. You mentioned Milton Williams, free agency, draft. So they really, the culture he brought in, and then I have to say, Mike, like, obviously Drake helps, right? You get a quarterback with that talent, it can raise you up. And that's sort of the simple answer that to a more complex answer, because there's a lot more there, but those are the main two things.
You know, I'm looking at EA Sports media roster tonight, Mike. You're at the top of the list. Like, you can't have a party without you and the Patriots representing the Patriots. We've got to get up at like 4:30 to do our show at 6 on Radio Row tomorrow. So, like, if we're going to suck it up and we're going to go, like, you're going tonight. Like, you're just going tonight.
All right.
I'm just going to let you know that. All right.
I love it.
That little Metro West.
My arm, bro.
That little Metro West daily newspaper, man, putting out Mike Reis and Albert Breer and all these people that started at the Metro West Daily News and went on to great fame and fortune. Well, fame anyway. I don't know about fortune, but certainly fame. Mike, thank you. It's always good to catch up with you, and hopefully we'll run into each other this week.
Definitely look forward to it. And also coming out to Seattle next season, hope we get to see each other there too. That's going to be a fun trip.
Yeah, a little rematch. That'll be awesome. All right, Mike Reis, ESPN.com, been covering the Patriots, as you just heard, for about 24 years. Pretty darn cool. And he does great work. And I'm not joking, Brock. True, and you know Mike. He's really one of the nicest people. It's hard to imagine how he's lasted in Boston sports media being as nice as he is. There's like 2 or 3 people like him, and he is just... He's just nice. He's just the nicest guy ever. Love him.
He's just
and
a
he
good
does a great
salt.
job.
He's just a good salt. And he does go back to Damon, and he was that same guy way back when Damon was with the Patriots when they built it the first time and built that dynasty up. Just a good dude. See, it's going to be fun, Salk. We're going to run into great people like Mike.
I like Mike a lot. Seriously, he's a good dude. Okay, everything you need to know. A little bit more talk about Brendan Donovan, who's coming to the Mariners and what that means. And then Abe Lucas joins us to finish up the show at 9:30. So still a lot more fun to come. Brock and Salk headed to the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
There's only one Steve Rabel.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
He takes insight to another level. Shoot, the man played the game.
There's an old picture, 2 farmers sitting on a wooden fence. Each has a sock filled with cow manure, and they're swinging at each other to see who falls off the fence first. But that's what this felt like.
The only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Super Bowl. Sunday, kickoff at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, it is February. We're a month into those fitness resolutions, and if you're tired of the crowded gyms and the sweaty machines, or maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment at home, then reach out to my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, you can trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor True or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness, they sell the best quality products available. You hear me talk about it all the time. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, Stairmaster, and more. It's training days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get into the best shape this year and avoid the back and forth to the gym. They got locations, well, all over the place, right? You can go see them up in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue. And remember, they got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state, and their staff will show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their store. So what are you waiting for? Trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor True or Inspire treadmills. Find out all the details online as well at topfitness.com, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Is your home uncomfortably cold? It might be because most windows and doors have a huge influence on your home's comfort. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, which can help reduce your energy bills by up to 30%. Combined with our leak armor installation and lifetime warranty, the investment in your home will be protected for life. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn how to receive 2 free months of rent. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, and more you. So tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms. Call them now at 425-534-5100 to learn more. Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move You sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales reports 2025.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock. Brendan Donovan is a Mariner. We've been talking about it, rumors about it for quite some time. It finally got done yesterday. Started the show at 7 o'clock talking about how the Seahawks and Mariners over the last couple of years starting to do, I say obvious, and I don't mean to make that sound like a negative, just doing the thing that they needed to do. Right? The Seahawks needed to draft a guard.
The contending title team.
Well, that is a separate thing. Yes, and I wrote it, talked about that in the video last night. This is what contending teams do. But like this was the piece that made sense. He was the best fit. Grey Zabel was the best fit. Just Josh Naylor was the best fit. just going out and getting the right person to do the job that you have open and not overthinking it. And this is a perfect example of that. He is a fit for what they need. He plays second, he plays third, he plays the corner outfield spots. He gives them the opportunity to allow the kids to have opportunities at second and third with Colt Emerson and Cole Young, but without having to rely on them. He's a good backup for, he can move around depending on which one is going well and not getting overexposed. He's a leadoff hitter. He's going to have a 360 on base percentage. He just slots in so many great ways for this roster.
Check so many of the appropriate boxes. Where was he from originally, Lyle? Do you know his college, or was he a high school kid? Do you know where his background was?
Let's see if I get this right before I look it up. I believe South Alabama.
South Alabama. Nice. I like me some South Alabama. I would imagine if you're Brendan Donovan, this is also refreshing. Like, ooh, kind of like it was for Naylor. Like, ooh, I kind of like this. I mean, St. Louis is down. It's a great baseball town. Historically, it's been a great organization, but they are down. They traded everybody away. They are in total rebuild. And now if you're Brendan Donovan, go ahead, Lau. Were you right?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, it's South Alabama.
South Alabama.
Not where he was born, though.
Born in Germany.
Yep. You're looking at it going, man, this is a perfect fit. If it's a fit for the Mariners, guess what? It's a fit for me, too. They don't really have a leadoff guy. They don't have an on-base guy, like me, and can slot in there and play multiple spots and get to play with Cal, get to play with Julio, get to play, with this organization that was on the precipice of a World Series. Yeah, I think all the way around, winner, chicken dinner fit both ways.
And they give up something, but I don't think it's an over give up or anything like that. It's not an overpay. Durangelo Sanchez.
Do you know this? Maybe you don't know this in totality or can't say. How much different you think this deal was February 2nd versus December 2nd?
I think that they obviously had to eventually involve the Reis. So clearly there was, the Cardinals didn't either have interest in Ben Williamson or didn't have a fit with Ben Williamson. So that wasn't going to work for them, right? So what do? Hey, the Reis like Ben Williamson. Do you like somebody with the Reis? Yeah, we like this outfielder they have. All right, well, with the Reis, and then you bring the Reis into that conversation, and it starts. I'm going to guess that was the final piece that ended up getting this done. They also give up Ty Pete, who again, I saw Mike Cameron getting back to me and saying that he hadn't heard that the team had soured on Ty Pete.
I don't think it was a sour, but he was more boom or bust. And the strikeout rate, as Lyle would point to, I think is somewhat representative.
I don't think they saw him in the same category as the other players that he had been drafted with, and were climbing through the organization while he was not. So I'm going to stick by it. That's what I've been hearing for about a year or so now, that they were just not as into Ty Pete and didn't have the same hopes for him. So, lottery ticket type of guy who, if it works out, great, but it's going to take a lot of things going his way for it to work out. And he's really young, so maybe it will. That'd be cool for him. By all accounts, a great kid. And, Durangelo Sanchez, Ben Williamson, and a competitive balance B. Seems about right.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So I got to work it out with Wickersham, and you got to work it out with Mike Cameron.
Oh, I hope not. I hope I don't have to work it out with Mike Cameron. Mike's awesome.
He is good. Dude.
Yeah, he's like the best dude ever.
And is it him and Macklemore that are going to be the statue?
Yeah, him and Mark Macklemore.
That's awesome.
I know. Yeah. No, I don't work it out with Mike Cameron. Jeez. Mike Cameron's still in better shape than anybody I know.
Did you say he was getting after you, though, or was it somebody?
He was. Okay. But I don't think I have to work it out with him.
Well, it sounds like you might have.
Oh, my gosh. Jeez. All right. Well, if I do, maybe I'll find some good bird calls for that. This was the big moment of media day.
Just an app that I came across randomly, and I love it. It's awesome when when we have some birds that chirp in our backyard, and I'm kind of curious, like, oh, what is that?
I really hope one day my team's in the Super Bowl so that they can be at media day and someone can ask them about their bird app.
Seriously, remember that picture? It include like a cat and a silhouette, it's like a meme, where you put different people's head on that guy. Like I could totally put Sam Darnold's head on a bird nerd, like a total bird watcher. Cut off jean shorts, belt, the look.
Yeah.
You've seen it out
vest.
In the trails of the Pacific Northwest. Yes.
Eddie
Big hiking
Bauer
boots,
vest.
wool socks.
Yeah.
Yes, the whole deal.
What are we doing?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seriously, Canteen binoculars.
The canteen really is what makes it.
REI stocking cap.
Okay. Roger Goodell speaking yesterday, Brock, addressed the concerns of a potential Seahawks sale.
Jody's doing a great job of managing the team. Bert's here. They've done a great job. They're in the Super Bowl. And I think from that standpoint, they've done a really important job in the context of the trust and the execution of that. But eventually the team will need to be sold in accordance with that. That'll be Jody's decision of when she does that. And we will be supportive of that.
You know who's not doing a good job running their teams? There's a lot of them. Go have them sell. If all you owners want Jody to sell because you want a nice new price tag on it, go get somebody else to sell. Go get the Bidwells to sell.
Well,
go get Mark Davis to sell. Go. Stop sniffing around the trust.
Can I just address one thing in that whole deal?
Sure.
If and when the Seahawks sell, they're not going to move. I've heard a couple of people like, oh, does this mean they could move? They better not sell to someone who's going to move the team. No one's moving the Seahawks. Teams move because they don't have an arena. They don't move because they get sold. The Seahawks are not going to move. That's not a thing. That's not a real thing.
With an old kingdom.
Yeah.
And this is a very different brand.
Not a real thing.
This team's been to the Super Bowl now 4 times in 20 years.
This team is going to sell for $7 or $8 billion.
It is one of the crown jewels, stadium-wise, in all of the NFL.
All right. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah. No, they're not going anywhere. I promise. That is one thing I can tell you with absolute certainty. The Seahawks are not being sold so that they can move somewhere.
Another thing I can tell you with absolute certainty, Salk and I can never be bird nerds. A, I'm going blind, as is he, with the glasses things. B, just the quiet and the stillness.
Not for me. Weird me out, man. That would absolutely weird me out. The quiet, the stillness. Ugh. I'm getting the shivers just thinking about having to sit out there with binoculars waiting on birds. I mean, binoculars might be helpful for you, Brock, because they can help the eyes kind of focus closer together. But I don't want any part of holding up binoculars and looking at birds. Jeez. And we'd both be better at it than Kyle. That guy's terrified of birds. All right. Abe Lucas is going to join us next. I don't know how you transition from that, but we'll try to do it coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks General Manager John Schneider.
The NFL Executive of the Year. You bring in NFL royalty.
Office reeks of rich mahogany. Many leather-bound books.
Exclusively with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award because of everything that goes into all the decisions that we're making, throughout the acquisition process every single year, and that's the guts of the organization that help us.
Watch the full interview on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, guys, do you know what you're doing Sunday? The all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is certainly open. The new destination spa, the non-smoking gaming space, the breathtaking views of the Cascades, all of that. But also, Hawks Peak, unbelievable sports bar. More than 66 televisions, the heated outdoor deck. The food is awesome. The views are great. And get a room, because then you can do all the fun stuff that comes with staying and watching a game, a big game, at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Book now, snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber The Door Store. As we turn the corner on a new year and start planning for home projects and better weather, now is the time to come in and see all we have to offer. Our bargain barn is loaded with great deals with many exterior and interior options. And if you need your order quicker, now is the time of year to take advantage of our pre-hung and popular matchup service. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. And don't forget to check us out online at franklumber.com.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Olympic Hot Tub is celebrating Seattle's championship football team and the big game day ahead with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Get champion-level wellness at huge savings. Score big on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Hey, it's Ryan Roland-Smith. Let's make wellness and feeling terrific part of your everyday game plan. Don't let the clock run out. These winning deals end Sunday. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
DayandNight.net.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this is cool. We're going to talk to a whole bunch of Seahawks players over the course of this week, Brock, as they get ready to play on Sunday. Abe Lucas joins us from the Bay Area right now. Good morning, Abe. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
What's this like, man? Well, I mean, you're there. Like, you're living this. What does it feel like?
It's cool. I mean, it's an enjoyable process. There's a lot of people like everywhere, so it's kind of chaotic, but I mean, I'm just trying to take it in, in the moments I can take it in, and when it's football time, lock into football.
Is today kind of an off day like it would be in the season for you guys, Abe?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would say that we're pretty much into like just regular week routine, which is nice, so we all kind of know what's coming and how the schedule's going to roll.
So you guys go surfing today?
So what does Abe Lucas do? Do you get to go swim out to Alcatraz? Are you out and about? Are you shopping? What does an Abe Lucas day do on an off day Super Bowl week in San Francisco?
Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of recovery today. I know that. I might go try to check something out. I haven't really looked for anything to do, to be honest with you. I mean, I'll probably go look for like something historical, because that's kind of my vibe. But I don't know. Right now, it's just recovery.
Can you tell me a little bit about Rick Dennison and John Benton? They are two names that I've heard throughout the year, but I admit I don't know that much about them. I know that the offensive line sure looks pretty good and that they seem to have had a pretty big role in it. But can you tell me about these two guys and what they've done to help your unit this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like you said, they're phenomenal coaches. The biggest thing for us this year on the O-line, I think, was, or at least at the start, was the fundamentals of everything and just continuing to fall back to that, as the season goes on and continue to hone that craft. When it comes to pad level, hat placement, hand placement, your first step into line of scrimmage, whatever it may be. We just continue focusing on that. And, as you do that right more, the plays start to look better and start to open up more. And that's really been the bread and butter that they've been teaching. And they continue to do so even up to this week.
So if I went back in the old Archbishop Murphy film room back in the day, and by the way, Abe Lucas here with us, last week I ran into Clay McGuire, your old O-line, speaking of O-line coaches over there at Wazoo.
Yeah.
And am I right where he says that it was Wyoming and Wazoo in the end? That those were kind of the two, and you were about 240 pounds as a senior.
Yeah, I had a few more offers other than Wyoming and WSU, but I was around 260 pounds as a senior. It was like 259, 260, something like that.
Okay, all right. And were we rocking the neck roll back then that we're rocking now, or no?
No, not at all.
Where'd that come from? It looks like an old cowboy collar that we wore in the 90s. Like what?
Yeah.
What's up with the neck roll? What is it?
It's just for more of like it kind of helps with the mobility piece. I mean, it doesn't help. It kind of hinders mobility a little bit. And that was just a decision that we made. Like the training or the equipment staff kind of put that neck roll together, and it kind of helps me just not have my head going everywhere when we're running off the ball and hitting people. So I just kept it on and kept it going.
How does your knee feel this year versus last year?
How's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, no issue. I mean, it seems like you are as healthy as could be right now. How is it? How has it been better than in past years? I mean, what has it gotten better? Where are you at with that?
I mean, I would say it's gotten pretty good if I'm playing every game this year. So yeah, it's definitely improved. Yeah, I mean, I just keep getting stronger, keep making things happen with it, keep it adapting and all of that. But I feel good. I mean, it feels great. It feels great going into this week, and I'm happy about it.
I didn't ask that very well. I think what I was trying to say was how much was it bothering you last year still compared to how healthy it's been this year?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think I said at the end of last year, there was a lot to deal with regarding that last year. And that's just because it was still adapting. It wasn't broken or anything like that. But, it takes, injuries can sometimes take a while to adapt back to regular mode. So, yeah, I mean, between last year and this year, it's a night and day difference.
Kind of a deep question here, Abe. And if it's too deep, you can just say, nice try, Lefty. Yeah. But if you were to characterize the entire personality of this offensive line, maybe to past groups you were with at Wazoo or your first couple years here, if you just kind of defined who you guys are as a group on that O-line, what would be the way you'd characterize it?
I mean, the first word that comes to my mind is just the strain aspect of it. And that's kind of part of the identity that we had set up earlier this year as a team, was just that we're going to be people who strain to the end, push the pile, and just continue to play through the whistle. I think we've done a great job of that this year, so I'd say strain.
Yeah, I kind of like that. That's an old Harbaugh-ism as well. If I remember Mr. Jim in multiple production meetings consistently talking about straining to do it. It also strikes me, Abe, watching, just my eyes watching, that you guys move a lot. Very, very active with that
Yeah.
screen game, the outside run game, all the things that you do. How important has that been as a group to take that step athletically and just, be guys that move down the field too?
I mean, it was kind of part of I think the non-negotiable aspect of just like, here's the offense, here's what we're going to do, and we have to execute it in order for it to work. So, getting us out in space, but getting to the right spots on defenders and the right spots on the field so that those running lanes and cutback lanes do open up and such has just been like super important.
I love hearing the stories about the walk and talks that you guys have done with players from different position groups over the course of the year. Is there any one that jumps out to you? Anybody? Who have you done walk and talks with this year?
Oh man, done walk and talks with a lot of guys. I mean, the groups kind of rotate, throughout the year, but I mean, I actually like those, and getting to kind of get to know your teammates who you maybe don't have like a super big connection with because you're in a different room or anything, or whatever. But also just kind of hearing about why people play the game and what's their driving motivation and whatnot, and then maybe you learn something new from somebody on the team. So I quite enjoy those.
Was there anyone that jumped out to you of like, man, this guy's awesome? I didn't really know him very well, and afterwards you're like, I kind of want to know even more about this guy. Like, this is great.
I was in a group with Ernest Jones one time, and I already knew he was a dude, but just to kind of hear his professionalism and him talking about playing the game and all of that, it was pretty cool.
How old are you now, Abe?
27.
27. So 12 years ago or so, the Seahawks make their first Super Bowl in 2013. Were those kind of formative football-wise for you? Were you a young guy that grew up watching, and do you remember those Super Bowls vividly?
Yes, very much. Yeah, no, that was awesome. They beat the Broncos, and it was easy to watch from the jump. I wasn't concerned or anything just because they dominated so heavily. But yeah, to be able to experience that was pretty cool because there's a lot of people don't get to experience their team winning the Super Bowl sometimes in their lifetime. So to have that happen so young, it was pretty awesome. And now to visualize in a few days here, you're going to actually be playing in a Super Bowl yourself. A little surreal, or as you kind of reflect back as a kid watching the Seahawks, now you're going to get to play in one. Yeah, it's awesome. There is an element of surrealism to it. My philosophy, and I'm doing for myself, is just like treat it as another game. Don't make it bigger than it is, because that's what's going to give me the best chance to be successful for myself. I know it sounds cliche and it sounds a little bit weird, but I'm not trying to blow anything up out of proportion. Because I want to play my game. I don't want to let it get under my skin or in my head. I want to do the best that I can do, which I've been doing all year. So I'm just going to stick to that routine, but I'm going to enjoy it, in the moments where I can enjoy it. Abe Lucas here for just a couple more minutes. Sam was saying last night at Media Day, there was not a ton of crossover tape with New England over the course of the year as far as just opponents go. So it's kind of been a discovery and watching these guys and getting to know them over the last week or so. From your perspective, what do you see on tape with these guys, and do they remind you schematically or personnel-wise maybe somebody you faced earlier this year? I would agree with Sam. I've been kind of trying to figure out who they're like in terms of who we've played throughout the year. I will say I think they're obviously a very good team, and they have a very, I think, underrated defense. And there's a reason why they're here. It's not going to be an easy game or anything like that. I also think that they're coached very well, and that they have a similar type of buy-in, to their coaching staff and to their culture that they're going to create or that they have created. So, they're a really good team. Got a lot of really good players, coached very well. So it should be a fun one.
Well, have fun this week. It's pretty cool. Just hearing about being a Seahawks fan, remembering those Super Bowls, and now getting the opportunity to run out of that tunnel on Sunday. It's got to be pretty heady stuff. So congratulations and continued good luck in the game. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
All right, there you go. There's Abe Lucas, Brock, Seahawks right tackle, joining us from the Bay as they get ready for Sunday.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of the funny things, too, to think about, right? Like Sunday, I don't know, 100 million people, like the whole globe watching, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then last night, it's kind of like a bowl game. Like they're at an event, you see the other team there, kind of in your sweats, whatever. And then the really funny thing is to think today in San
what do you do?
Francisco.
Yeah, you're just hanging out.
These guys just, some of them are going to be out and about and bouncing around all day. Some of them are going to be in bed most of the day, right? Some of them get extra treatment or whatever. Some of them you got, folks there in San Francisco that I'm sure like, there seems to be a convention of a lot of giant people. I wonder, like, what's going on with these really, like, large humans, right? That just kind of. I had a buddy of mine do the chapel actually for the Patriots when they came to town. He's got a teenage son, and they were driving back. He brought his son with him and said, "Man, the Patriots were great. Just a bunch of good dudes, Drake and Vrabel and all of them." But his son's like, "Dad, you know what I noticed about those NFL? They're huge." They're just a lot of
no
big
kidding
people,
You think?
So it's always funny on these off days because this is it. After this, it is like lockdown, right? Like it is meetings and practice time and buses and back and forth and meals and film and like really today is kind of the only day. And it's just kind of be fascinating to have a camera following around the different players, different teams, different environments they put themselves in.
I'm glad he gave me an opportunity to rephrase that question because that was a total disaster. That was a swing and a miss right there. Big fat whiff from this guy, but got the opportunity to redo it, and it went a little bit better, which was nice. Oh,
how's your knee feel?
Oh,
how's my knee feel?
Well, ultimately, he said what I was sort of hoping to hear, right? It was like, hey, it was bothering me last year. It's a night and day difference, but man, did I screw that up.
Mitch Garver guy.
No, that was me. This one was on me. The Mitch Garver thing, that was him. That was just weirdo. But that was that bad, poorly worded question. So thank you to Abe for giving me the opportunity to revisit it and do it better the second time. Player B, Brock, always better than player A on the golf course and apparently asking questions. He is a good dude. He always sort of jumps out that way. Just reading some of the text response too of like, yeah, people just sort of see him that way. The local ties, somewhat cerebral, thinks about the game a little bit, considers the question. He's not like the most verbose guy, but the questions and answers are all very thoughtful and polite, and he just seems like a nice guy. I'll never forget the first time I saw him at rookie minicamp when Moore and I went over there, and we're like going over to see Charles Cross, who's impressive. I mean, and has been a great player. But when you see Abe Lucas, you're like, whoa, who's that?
Yeah, he's one of those really large human beings walking the streets. Like, what is that guy? Like, if I was a big guy in Dublin, Ireland, which I kind of was thinking, by the way, of our fun trips that we had over there with Jameson and everything else. And people kind of gawked at me like, oh, look at that tall guy. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Charles Cross and Abe Lucas and Gray Zabel and these guys are walking the streets of Dublin?
But I would say, Brock, and maybe this sounds weird. You're generally the body guy, so you can determine whether or not this makes any sense or not. Looking at Charles Cross's frame, he looks defensive. Looking at Abe Lucas's frame, he looks offensive and aggressive. Yeah. And maybe that's the difference between a right tackle and a left tackle. Right. So often the left tackle is being called upon to, back up and keep people away from the quarterback. And that's the primary job. It's not to say they're never moving forward. And the right tackle is a little bit more of an aggressive position. Not to say that they're not also moving back and protecting the quarterback, but just their stance and the way they're built and the way they carry themselves and walk. I just see Abe moving forward a lot, and I see Charles sort of standing his ground and not getting walked back as much.
Yeah, I would characterize
Does that make any sense?
To a degree. And some of that's just their frame. Abe is so long, but I would characterize it as typically, especially in the old school days, and it's less so now because every team's got multiple elite rushers. It's not just one guy you got to block at the left side, that's both sides. But typically through the years, your right tackle can be more power. He doesn't have to move quite as well because he's got usually a tight end, the strength to his side to kind of aid and help him. Whereas your left tackle has got to just be an unbelievable athlete. You got to have just mirroring skills and feet and movement and athleticism that you really can't hide. Like DJ was talking about with Campbell, good athlete, but man, you get exposed if you're not really long or you got, a trait that's, not great. This league, you get exposed. And on top of it, I mean, Abe is he's huge. He's got huge hands. He's got long arms. He's got huge knees. Like he's just a massive, massive guy that I do remember running into him in high school, his junior year, up at Archbishop Murphy, Chris Sullivan, Jerry Jensen, my old teammate, and like seeing him, and you can go like, oh yeah, you can project that frame. That's going to be one big monster, and he's absolutely turned into that for these Seattle Seahawks.
I feel really good about this game. I really do. I mean, Brock, we've talked about verbal processing, and I hadn't really hit upon this theory until you and I were talking about it earlier, but I was trying to figure out why I've just been so positive on the Seahawks. And I don't think it's homerism, although maybe that plays a role. Like, I'm certainly willing to consider that it's just, this team is in front of me. But I think we have a little advantage there where not everybody gets a chance to see these Seahawks every week, and we've seen the growth. I think we understand how good players like Leonard Williams are, and I don't know that everyone else out there gets it, right? Mm-hmm. They might remember DeMarcus Lawrence from 5 or 6 years ago, but they don't realize the kind of year he's had. They haven't watched all the blowout wins that the Seahawks have had this year. New Orleans and Washington and Arizona and San Francisco and Carolina and Minnesota. And this team has blown the door, and even some of the ones that didn't finish as blowouts, like Tennessee, was a blowout. It just, they kind of got some garbage at the end, but this team has blown the doors off of teams. So I do feel very confident in this Seahawks defense especially, but in the team as a whole. It's not a shot at the Patriots. I just think the Seahawks are better. And I'm going to keep coming back to this idea that generally when we've seen upsets, it's a high-powered offense that gets shut down by a great defensive line. That does not describe the Seahawks. That's not why they're the favorite in this game.
It's not where they're vulnerable.
No, the Seahawks look a lot more like the Giants team that beat the Patriots, the Patriots team that beat the Rams in 2001, the Bucks team that beat the Chiefs. Like, they're built much more like those Super Bowl winning teams. It's just that they're not playing against one of these otherworldly offenses, which, if anything, should give them an even bigger advantage.
Yeah, it is interesting when I read between the lines there a little bit with Abe as he's starting to discover this Patriots team and watch them. And, when you hear guys say someone's really well coached, that jumps out to players, especially cerebral ones like Abe. Like, no, man, they get the hat placement in the right spot. Like their hand placement, they don't bust stunts, they don't bust edges, they don't bust leverage. Mm-hmm. They're really well coached, and the Seahawks are the same. And I think that in what I hear you saying, and we'll talk with a lot of people this week, and Joel Klatt will be with us 7:30 tomorrow, so we'll have our first Radio Row guest. I'll be on the phone with Joel tomorrow at 7:30. What strikes me about the Seahawks, Salk, is they do all of those things, all the little things, all the little details of really well coached teams. And then they're just dynamic and more dynamic than this team. That's what you're feeling. Like the Patriots are a bunch of 20 home run hitters, some really good players. And they got a few studs. But the Seahawks have like 40 home run hitters, like in a bunch of spots.
And they've got pitching, and they've got a reliever, and they just have so many different ways to beat you.
It's hard to play.
And I think that's why everyone we're talking to is kind of giving us the same vibe. This was Jeff Saturday yesterday.
Oh, I'm a Drake May fan because he's a Tar Heel. So I want him to play well, and especially starting, as young as he is, he's a freaking great kid. But I think the Seahawks are the better team. Like if you just look at it, The Patriots are going to have to get creative offensively to figure this thing out, right? I don't think they can just line up and push them around up the ball. I think both defenses to me are the plus in both matchups, but I think the Seahawks have a better opportunity just because of their physicality on both lines of scrimmage. I think they pass block better than the Patriots, which will give them a little more time, and I think they can effectively run it.
That was Jeff Saturday yesterday, Brock. We talked to Daniel Jeremiah today, and he says, okay, the team that has that plays better on the line of scrimmage will win this game. So, okay, who's the better team across the line of scrimmage? Who has a better chance of blocking the other team's defensive line?
Yeah, to me, I think it's without question that Seattle has more rushers and the Patriots have more holes. So there's a very narrow path. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If the Patriots win this game, Milton Williams is going to be the MVP.
Because that's the path.
Yeah. Kind of, it's funny. I hadn't thought about this really since we lost in the semifinals to a really good team. Arguably, some would say the best team in the state of Colorado history. They had 11 Division I signees in their senior class. And it was not like West Texas A&M. It was K-State, it was UCLA, it was Oregon, it was Notre Dame. It's like, dudes. And I remember playing them and watching the tape all week. Like, ooh, this is probably like the Patriots watching the Seahawks tape.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is nothing easy here. Like, their length on the edges, brutal. They're like, we block stuff up in the game, right? I remember early in the game, like our first series, like, okay, you know, Mike's talking to me up in the booth, like, how's our numbers? Good numbers. They're actually playing a 3 safety look. We got a light box. This is going to be good. Whew, that's a 2-yard gain. And whoa, that guy just wiped out our back in a way that nobody else had done this year. You know, like, okay, this should be pretty good. Yep. Okay, they rotated away. Not that great. It's 3-yard gain, and every yard is hard, right? And that's what this defense has done to everybody but the Rams. Everybody but the Rams, right? And it's like, man, these, right? I remember chatting with Tom Brady leading up to the game and watching that 49er tape, and he's like, and the Panther tape, like, hard yards, man, hard yards. And they're going to be, you know, DJ said, right, like 3 things. Going to have to give them long field, going to have to limit Drake May's legs, going to have to locate Milton Williams. But you give them the long field, and they got to gain hard yards all day.
You give them those 3 L's, Brock. You're going to give them a 4th L.
You got to be better than that, Salk.
Do I?
Okay, between your knee question and that, you got to like get a good. You're going to sleep on the plane. That'll be great. You need that.
There's nothing like a good plane sleep. I love it. I love sleeping on planes.
You're gonna brush shoulders with the media tonight.
Oh, that'll be great.
You just love that.
Yep.
And then you're gonna be at your best these next 3 days.
Think so?
Yes.
I hope so. I hope to be. I really do.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
And we're gonna have
our room's gonna be the fun room.
Oh yes. We
got the fun room. Are you gonna eat pizza in bed like Howdy?
We're gonna have the Saluki prancing around everywhere. Bumping Stacy, Wyman, Bob. Woo! Let's go.
It's gonna be quite a thrill. All right, we're heading down. It's getaway day. We got to get out of here. Bump and Stacy will join you guys next, and we'll talk to you tomorrow from San Francisco, from Radio Row. Until then, Brock, the hay
is in the bar.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seahawks general manager John Schneider.
The NFL Executive of the Year. You bring in NFL royalty.
Office reeks of rich mahogany. Many leather-bound books.
Exclusively with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award because of everything that goes into all the decisions that we're making, throughout the acquisition process every single year, and that's the guts of the organization that help us.
Watch the full interview on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Look, we're all getting excited about the big game. And when it comes to football, one of the most important things to think about is your snacks. It's Mike Salk here. Make sure to put Daisy Sour Cream Dips on your list this year. Daisy Sour Cream Dips are so creamy, so flavorful, you'd swear they were made from scratch. That's because they're made with ingredients you can actually find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. They're great with chips or wings or veggies, whatever you got going on. So look for delicious Daisy French Onion Dip and Creamy Ranch at your local grocery store.
Bob Stelton here, and if you've had LASIK or EVO ICL to get out of those glasses and contacts, you know how freeing it was. I had LASIK, but when I got older, I started to need reading glasses to see my phone or a restaurant menu. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange, and it was a game changer. If you'd like to rid yourself from all glasses, including readers and bifocals, learn about K2 Vision RLE at their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. It's a perfect opportunity to meet Doctors Kopstein and King and have them answer your questions about K2 Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Why won't I get cataracts after RLE? How does the light adjustable lens work? And lots more. The light adjustable lens is the premier technology for those who have had LASIK and now want to get rid of reading glasses. Plus, never get a cataract. K2 Vision has done more light adjustable lens procedures than anybody else in the country. Join the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours. saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. pndtreeservice.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
5 days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A day after ESPN reported Clint Kubiak would be taking the Raiders head coaching gig after the Super Bowl, Seattle's offensive coordinator and head coach were asked about it from Radio Row. It won't surprise you to hear that Kubiak, who can't formally announce anything yet, was tight-lipped on the matter. He told Mike Dugar of The Athletic, quote, "I'm just focusing on playing this game and coaching this game. I've been working my whole life to coach in this game, and that's where our focus is."
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. All our coverage this week is presented by WGU. We got a lot of new sound to get to. Mike McDonald speaking with reporters at Radio Row. Sam Darnold, a couple other players talking out there. And we're going to continue our preview too. Bump, yesterday you got some questions from listeners when Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy joined us and said the Patriots defense had been so great since week 10. People said, Bump, look at the film. What's been going on since week 10? So we'll get into that a bit later in the show. Some guests we're really excited about, including Rob Staten, to join us as well. Two things that I want to do here. Number one, get to the sound, but that's actually coming second, because before any of that, I just want to say that Bump and I are blessed and fortunate enough to be flying out to Santa Clara on the same flight today. bumps in first class. But what I'm excited about is not necessarily going to the airport with Bump, though I will be following you because I don't know how to navigate airports, but also it's that because of a bet that you made on December 4th, you have to film.
Was it December 4th?
It was December 4th because I texted my sister on that day, and I said, Bump made a bet that if the Lions win this game, he will film himself clapping when the plane lands. And then you didn't you didn't have to travel for any more games since then. So it was just the end of the college football season, and